Test, test. Welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to start with the peeps. There we go.
Good morning, Chair Barve and Commissioners. Paige Bellamy on behalf of OPC, PAIGE, BELLAMY. With me is Andy Iden from Current Energy Group. The filing of the first annual plan updates and this technical conference represent a transitional and pivotal period in the ESP process. These first annual plan update filings are the first big movement from planning to application, a process which will inevitably require refinement and improvement as it develops. To that end, in reviewing the plan updates, OPC has identified a few critical areas that require swift Commission guidance to ensure BGE's 2027 ESP and the other companies' second updates incorporate any adjustments that are a product of the 2026 process. These include formalizing a process for stakeholders to review and provide feedback on forecasting before the forecasts are finalized and used in ESPs, providing guidance on the utility's non-wire solution screenings in their current form, and requiring the companies to consider and explain where pilots could reduce future grid needs and how the companies expect those results to change forecasting and decision-making. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Iden to discuss these areas in depth.
Thank you, Paige. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Andy Iden, that's A-N-D-Y, last name Iden, E-I-D-E-N. And can you move that a little bit closer?
Yeah.
All right, so
You could pull the microphone a little
Sure, how's that?
better.
Is that better? I'll try to speak up. So the first slide here goes into the summary of the issues we want to discuss today. There's three main bullets, and then the subsequent slides will kind of dive into one or two slides for each of these. So as a beginning statement, we recognize that this is the transitional filing, and so these comments are offered as a way to help encourage continued improvement for the plans, and recognizing yesterday what was mentioned about the good timing in transitioning to the next full cycle for BGE. So with that in mind, OPC has highlighted the following critical gaps and process issues identified during the first ESP update. The first being a greater need for transparency in DER and load forecasting improvements and process. So utilities should explain the need for advanced forecasting improvements, making investments in those tools and processes without engaging stakeholders presents a risk. And so the work group or other venues are appropriate, in our opinion, to discuss the potential benefits and use cases of those investments, at least to provide visibility. So giving stakeholders the chance to provide that feedback about the planning input and assumptions is sort of something we heard about yesterday. We make the point here that it should happen before the utilities finalize their load forecast and all of the solution development that kind of happens before the preliminary plan is set to be filed, which I believe would be next summer sometime. But as BGE explains in their initial filing, there's an ongoing, and we heard yesterday about the cyclical process of the ESP planning process. The second main item is around non-wire solution screening. There was a lot discussed yesterday, so we'll get into that a little bit. We'll talk about the different screens, but essentially each company is kind of using a different screen. Some are the same monetary threshold, but as you heard yesterday, some of the companies are implementing kind of other like reliability screens, or can I rely on this type of technology before incorporating into planning? And so we'll discuss the need for more robust planning on that front in the planning of the ESP, to discuss the benefits of DER, especially when it comes to connection with enabling investments like the DERMS that we also heard about yesterday. The last point being that the intersection of planning with pilots that are in the field currently or planned or proposed. So the current utility plans state that field pilots must conclude or make more progress about certain operational realities before they can be incorporated into planning as a reliable deferral asset, and so we'll talk a little bit about that, but our view is that planning must inform those pilot use cases versus the other way around. So starting with the load and DER forecasting tool improvements, all three of the Exelon utilities have deployed LoadSeer, as you heard yesterday, and so they variously describe the current state and future investments planned to enhance the capabilities of that forecasting tool. The updates, however, say little about how the current vintage or form of the tool is being used, what kind of information it provides, and what need they have to continue that investment to refine and deliver more capabilities. And so in future iterations, we'd like to see more description of the tool's capabilities, because that is not the same as showing that more investment is cost effective. And so I have a highlight there for per COMAR, the utilities should invest in cost effective technologies, and that's under 2050.15 section 1B2, where it says an ESP shall demonstrate a holistic approach to grid planning, and then it has a subclause under Part 2, incorporating new cost-effective technologies and analytical tools into planning processes to create a modern distribution system. So again, the initial discussions in the work group were about using I think it was using the Exelon utilities as an example of how to modernize the forecasting process, but there was always an expectation to discuss capabilities and evolution and how these more advanced technologies, including planning tools, would be developed and for what purpose. So that's kind of the ask and position there. The last bullet just on reporting changes, instead of reporting on the changes already planned, utilities must explain to stakeholders how the tool of today is going to both perform in terms of forecasts and then what additional improvements are needed. So just a repeat of what I said there, but I think the important point on this topic is just there's a broad span of capabilities within highly granular load forecasting tools, and they will have impact on what kind of distribution constraints are both identified and then what kind of risk those present in terms of their likelihood. Wanted to touch on a little bit related to the forecast, some points here on stakeholder review and feedback. So that we believe the Commission should set expectations for required transparency from these forecasting tools and also how the forecasts themselves are developed in the electric system plans and the plan updates. This is in COMAR. It's reflected in section 4C through subpart E there, but the language is sort of stating identify high-level sequence that utilities must follow. There's language for providing opportunities for stakeholder data input, aligning on inputs and assumptions, and running the analyses. So there is this sequence where stakeholders need to have input on the front end, including alignment on data inputs and methodologies. It doesn't mean that the utilities must, necessarily take all of that stakeholder input and obviously run it into their plan. They have that discretion, but as we heard yesterday from, I believe, Dr. Bartlett and others, just the need for understanding how that's being reflected in the final analyses. So our OPC's recommendation is formalizing a process for reviewing and providing feedback on those assumptions, both inputs, methods, and assumptions reflecting a more defined stakeholder review venue. I think in the COMAR language it is discrete. It's identified as a discrete point at which participants or stakeholders can provide input. So in our recommendation here, it's to elaborate on the expectation that this, what we heard yesterday, for example, was a great insight into BGE's planning process, and so understandably these will continue to evolve, these processes, but given the timing again of how now BGE is in September per their calendar for planning, beginning their load forecast, and it's a short 3-month window before they sort of have their load forecast in hand that will feed their next ESP, we believe that there is need for the Commission to provide more guidance on the expectations in the near term for that. Along with this, the second point is just a clear disclosure of methodology and input data sources for each DER and electrification category. So we agree with staff on this front. I believe, or in certain respects, I believe they highlighted the need for just more refined presentation. I believe in Discovery there was more information provided, so we have some recommendations about making those more transparent and upfront with the filings would facilitate review. The granular work papers, along with that, just including kind of, this gets to the standardization that we heard about yesterday. So if there's a format or template for how the actual results, the numerical forecast results would be provided, that would also facilitate review and transparency. And then a transparent confidence framework. So that is getting at, so that customers don't fund upgrades based on load that may never materialize. That is getting towards when you see these long-term, I believe yesterday we saw the 10-year plan. I know that those change every year, and so the forecast, as was mentioned by BGE, does you gain more confidence as you wait and allow those load requests and forecasts to solidify a little bit. But in our opinion, and I've looked at loads here used in lots of utility filings across the country, and I have previously worked on load forecasting at the utility. And there is just a high confidence band. In other words, as you drill down to the distribution system, looking at individual homes or regions, your error tends to increase. And so really wanting to make sure that the forecasting there and its connection to identifying system constraints is well understood and visible to parties. Now the next couple slides are around non-wire solutions. So no two companies screen them for the same way currently, although there's a lot of overlap with some of the Exelon utilities, as you heard, but I believe with the different stages of their rollout of things like DERMS, and as you heard, there was a lot of back and forth yesterday about the utility-owned BESS versus other DER options, and so our view is that those are more solutions that don't need to dictate what type of resource is screened and planned for. It should be more of a broad view. But in our second bullet here, if we go through this update round and without commission direction, then these utility non-wire solution screens will continue. And as I mentioned, then we'll find ourselves next summer looking at maybe something very similar, where some utilities come back and say, well, there was no non-wire solution that passed our screening process, therefore we didn't analyze any. And I don't believe that's the intention of the COMAR regulations or helping to advance the state goal in that respect. So our review really looked at 3 issues on this matter that the commission, we believe, should resolve now. The first, which system constraints even get considered? So again, it appears, and I believe through discovery confirmed now, that the utilities are screening only for thermal capacity for non-wire solutions. So that, in our opinion, should be broadened. You should be looking at non-wire solutions for even voltage-related constraints, and those might be related to DER hosting capacity. There are ways to optimize the grid by, for example, discharging battery storage during times of need to stabilize the voltage impacts caused by standalone solar. That's one example that kind of can play out with other resource types. So that is something that we believe should be reflected in the screens, and the commission there should reiterate that in a order following the plans. The second bullet, how narrow the solution set is. So again, battery storage being the dominant resource, while customer side DERs get little, if any, attention. So the battery storage being utility owned or third party owned is one part of, I think, something to consider. The other just being storage is a great way to get reliable, dispatchable resources on the distribution system, but so is behind the meter resources, not only storage, but demand response and flexible load, as well as just energy efficiency and rooftop solar. If those are, often utilities view those as not being dispatchable or reliable, but in reality they play a part of a virtual power plant, so they should be considered because they provide great source of local energy that can be optimized with the DERMS. The last bullet, whether cost and timing screens are justified or are they just excluding viable alternatives before they're compared. So I think on this one, OPC recommends that the commission direct the utilities to incorporate non-wire solutions and DER into each solution, not just ones for large capacity deferral projects. And if you go to the next slide, there's some examples of this screening. So the $500,000 cost threshold example, Pepco mentioned that it's based on internal processes, and then all of their distribution investments fell below that. I think yesterday we heard about load transfers, and that was on one of the slides presented, I think, resolving 7 of the constraints, and there was other projects such as reconductoring, as well as capacitor banks and voltage regulators. So those are capital investments that are meant to relieve constraints on the distribution system. A reconductoring example would be similar dynamics as a substation overload. It's just on a small portion of the circuit. So you're talking about a lower magnitude of cost, but it's still a cost. And if those keep happening over a large period and not being screened against viable non-wire solution alternatives, those could add up. And so the ask there is just to remove those cost thresholds, at least for the identification. You don't necessarily need to implement, and I'll get to that in the next slides. But the 36-month lead time that PEPCO and DPL, I believe, used here was, there was mention of the 36-month timeline being used because that's aligned with a battery storage permitting timeline. And so again, if you have in mind a large utility scale battery storage project that has a 36-month timeline and needs construction permitting and might even need some feeder extensions with that battery installation, there are other more customer-sided and behind-the-meter options to consider for non-wire solutions that would be screened out under that approach. And so we believe that should be relaxed going forward. Gave some examples there on the last bullet of how those customer resources and programs can deploy quicker and tend to add that benefit. So believe they should be considered. All right, a couple more slides. On the pilots and grid modernization front, so a pilot doesn't need to be fully proven out before a utility would consider it as a resource when evaluating future grid needs and potential solutions. I believe in the, in COMAR on the locational value study that's under the full electric system plan, preliminary system plan that's coming around next year. The section 3 G2 is the locational value study, which identifies the need to look at constraints and deferral opportunities at each location. And I think what we're seeing here is that we don't have a clear picture of how the plans are informing what are the possible use cases of those field pilots, as I mentioned at the beginning. So the second bullet here is saying, utilities should really explain in these filings how the DRIVE and VPP pilots, the DRIVE Act filings, and other programs are intended to, deliver results. What kind of results can we expect from those, but also how those results will change the forecasting and non-wire solution decisions. In other words, I guess a way to state that differently is in a forecasting environment like with LoadSeer and how the utilities are implementing that, you understand the ability for different deployment of DERs to change the load pattern on a circuit or a substation. And the prime signal that would be coming from both the grid needs assessment and the locational value study is how valuable is that? What type of resource should be deployed and what would be cost effective in that scenario? Whereas right now, it seems like a field pilot happening, and then we'll figure out the value later of doing that. So I think that's the point of kind of aligning here. In the last slide, or last bullet, the ADMS and DERMS investments should be tied to identifiable planning capabilities and customer benefits rather than treated as standalone technology investments. And so again, increased visibility to DER and impacts on the system, that's one use case. Others are related to distribution asset deferral or system optimization. And we believe the planning should inform and really own how that gets discussed, and so that there's that synergy and synthesis in the planning environment. I think, let's see. Yeah, one more, and then I have one more slide, but let me go back to that really quick. It's just, I guess a way to make this more clear, I think, for the planning aspect, we would just ask, and we can make this a little more straightforward in the reply comments, but I believe the language, just back on 7. So having experience in utility customer program planning, I think it's important that the signals from the plan go to the program developers or people within working on Empower and things like that. They sort of will need that signal of, hey, there's a grid constraint here. There's a need to develop new offerings that might be cost effective when they otherwise wouldn't. And so again, I think if you want to put an operational screen to say our DERMS or ADMS is not advanced or we don't have a sufficient capability to operate it in the field, that's fine. That can come as a later stage. But our reading of the COMAR sequence is that the plan should identify possible non-wire solutions for all constraints and not And then there's the screening process and cost effectiveness evaluations that come later. So I think just having the screening, it's kind of put in too early to sort of say we're not going to identify how DERs will inform or potentially change those constraints. And so that's kind of the takeaway there. All right, last slide here is just about process recommendations. So we heard yesterday some, I think from the delegates' opening remarks on just the amount of work. There was some discussion there about how much activity is generated because this is such a complex planning process. And I think the work group arrangement in Maryland as it's played out is a reflection of that, and everybody's carrying a lot of work here, so we want to recognize that, and we've been a part of the planning process here and other work groups, but just wanted to point out a few items here, meaning, the ESP is very technical, and so there are topics that aren't getting sufficient attention in the work group process, and so we end up with, I guess, coming back to the commission and sort of having that back and forth about, well, we don't have consensus on this or that item, and largely that's because there are different viewpoints on each of these items, and there's not always room for consensus. Some of it is just an information asymmetry problem. So I have a couple bullets here just saying, that it will take time to integrate into utility practice some of these changes, but right now we're not able to get down to, as I said at the beginning with the load forecasting example, and the same is kind of true of the hosting capacity example yesterday that was discussed, is that we just haven't found the time to carve out to really get into the weeds on technical processes there of what the utilities are currently doing and then what kind of changes might be beneficial. There's a third bullet here just as the example of Lawrence Berkeley Lab had given a couple of presentations which were great, contained a lot of information, and so we believe that those work group forums could be better utilized to sort of engage and discuss on the merits of how this aligns or does not align with current utility practice. But that all said, I think the challenge and what we're trying to convey in this slide is that there is a lot going on. So we spent a lot of time about how do we integrate reliability planning, which is the topic of some discussion yesterday, and so a few just recommendations on that point. I will skip the second bullet there about just there's obviously a lot of overlapping things. You mentioned that yesterday. The recommendation would be to improve the coordination of those work group topics related to different efforts that come at the end of the day back down to ESP concerns. And so what I mean by that is the distribution system services effort, the VPP and Drive Act implementation, all of those questions. I know there's a lot of overlap there. And so making it more clear as to how information generated from those activities should feed into the ESP. So the last item there, making the ESP the hub where potential system use cases and system value for DER integration are really disseminated outward toward the other work groups. This is still obviously needs some more refinement in terms of what does that mean to improve coordination exactly. We all, I think, want to make things more efficient, but if we recognize that, again, some of those processes that are currently being tested in pilots and discussed in various work groups, if the ultimate goal is to look towards a least cost, reliable, affordable, or secure system with decarbonization and the state's goals, you start piling those things on, and it's no wonder why it's difficult. But the ESP is the only place that crosses all of the boundaries, really. Everything else is tailor-made for sort of implementing a certain thing. So that's the last comment. I'll kind of end there and open to any questions. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I'd like to start the questions with Commissioner Linton, if he has any.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have one. I was looking at your bullet number 5.
On which slide?
Bullet 3 on slide 5.
Is that this one?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the one. So I was trying to make sure I understood. You have 3 different bullets here, and obviously they're all connected. It sounded like you were suggesting that there could be, in incorporating non-wire solutions and DER into each solution, that are you suggesting that utility companies should be looking to own some of this generation, or are you suggesting that they need to focus primarily on behind the meter types of solutions?
That's a great question. I don't have a position, and I don't know that OPC would, about ownership per se in this regard. I think it's more about which solutions do get considered for non-wire solution. I think Dr. Bartlett yesterday mentioned he prefers a more expanded definition of system constraint, and we had a lot of dialogue about that in the work group. And I think the expectation was that a system constraint, if you're constrained for DER hosting capacity related to voltage impacts or reverse power flow in the springtime, that DER as a non-wire solution would be considered. And so I think that's just the first order thing here, is just to clarify what the screen eliminates or doesn't eliminate. And then the second, with the comments related to behind the meter, in front of the meter, I think that the hybrid solutions often would reduce cost. So there's a role for utility side or in front of the meter, storage and solar and other resources, and then behind the meter can couple with that. And so that's probably the least cost way, is to just not close yourself off to any potential solutions, especially if there's an active demand response market or sort of customer base like is in Maryland because of the success of the Empower programs and all of the other goals related to that. So I think you need to combine, and certainly there will be times when front of the meter resources are sufficient by themselves, or sometimes they would be coupled with other resources. This is meant to say, if you look at trying to defer it kind of ties actually to the $500,000 cost screen. So if you imagine trying to defer an entire substation overload with just a battery, you're going to be looking for a big battery, and it's going to be expensive, versus a more distributed, aggregated product, including some front of the meter resources and some behind the meter. So that's kind of the point there.
So I was trying to understand, just thinking through it as you were suggesting it, or offering it here as an issue that the commission needs to resolve, just how we measure success for it. So if a utility does show up with a battery that, I'll just use numbers here. If you have a $500,000 project, but the utility puts in a $250,000 battery, I'm just using a number instead of usage energy units of energy. But are we now saying that they've met this concern that People's Council is raising here, or are we suggesting that there's some percentage they need to look for? Or, how do we look at the back end when they show up for recovery of costs and say, yes, you did the right thing here?
Well, I think once you get to the point of solution screening, you have solution identification in COMAR, which comes first, and so I think that's where you would identify possible alternatives. If you only look at a battery and you look at your traditional solution, then that precludes, was there a cheaper alternative than just putting in a battery? So so I think there is a question there that could be addressed once there's more action with integrating the uniform benefit cost method. So I think those next suite of projects will inform greater discussion on this. And so I think our purpose of raising these comments at this stage is not to preclude what is cost effective or not, or what's the best mix of resources. It's just to have them pass the screening step so that they can be part of the solution. And then I think we heard yesterday there's some discussion about why they weren't selected, and some of that again played out in discovery. We were able to learn a little bit more of what the utilities are thinking when they get to that, and so the hope here is just to make it more consistent across the utilities about those expectations for what solutions are identified and how they're evaluated.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Suchman.
Morning. Really helps if I turn it on. So why don't we stay with slide 5 and looking at the first bullet under the 3 issues, thermal and voltage constraints, and I actually went back to PEPCO, or the PHI companies, and they had a conversation yesterday about hosting capacity maps, and there they talked about primary voltage levels of feeders and secondary voltage levels of feeders. I was a little confused, and that's the problem with being a lawyer and trying to understand engineering issues. I understand primary level wires and secondary level wires, and I understand primary and within transformers and secondary. So can a wire be both primary and secondary? I was a little confused by that.
No, it just refers to the voltage sequence out from the substation to deliver power down to customers.
So as it steps down,
Yeah.
it goes from primary to secondary.
Yeah, and some
Okay.
customers, like industrial users, will take service right at the primary voltage
Okay.
level. They step it down themselves behind the meter. What that kind of alludes to is you have if you think of Main Street or a large street, you got your primary feeder coming out of the substation, which has higher voltage. You're carrying it over longer distances. As you branch it out into neighborhoods or businesses, you step it down to a lower voltage to make it, safer and get it towards the final step down to the end user to make it safe for consumer
Okay,
products.
so by looking just at primary for hosting capacity, then they're going to be favoring the larger users, or the ones who are taking it at the primary, or
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I can't speak for the company, but my understanding was that they're making improvements in their hosting capacity methodology to implement a power flow-based screening process, which I like. I always like to see that. But again, we hadn't heard any of that discussion in the work group, kind of back to the point I raised about, I think we're not able to get to the right pieces of the ESP process because of all the activity surrounding what takes up a lot of the discussion time. So we haven't even settled on what are the companies doing today on hosting capacity. After, in the RM89 hearing, we talked about moving the hosting capacity framework from the interconnection work group to the ESP. And that was partly to standardize and create a process where you can consider load and DER because they have a synergistic impact on one another.
Right.
But the interconnection work group is more about DER.
okay. So
And-
what you heard yesterday from the PHI companies, that's the first time you heard about.
I'm not saying they couldn't have said that in other forums, but in
But that's
regard
what-
to the work group and the ESP process, yes.
Right, and so your bullet is actually getting to that. So you would like to see more of that, the voltage constraints and hosting capacity. You want to see more information.
Well, I would have to check, or this could be a follow-up for discussion at another time, but in implementing the secondary screening, I think that's just a more granular, high-fidelity model to evaluate thermal constraints. I don't know if the company is using, for example, the power flow simulation software to look at voltage constraints and how non-wire solution could resolve those. That's technically possible, I just don't know if it's being done.
Okay.
So I think it's more about, so it's just that most utilities have historically looked at hosting capacity constraints on the primary part of the feeder and at the substation, to the biggest impact being a reverse power flow that might damage your substation equipments or components. And those have the highest cost impacts. They could create the biggest system risk, and so that's where people focus. And it's also aligns usually with their traditional system planning. So advancing towards secondary, I've seen some utilities do that, and it just is more getting your models, as they mentioned yesterday, cleaning up your models on, as I mentioned, the secondary network that goes to the homes. Sometimes those are just done by different departments, or they haven't been utilized in that way. So there is a process to standardize and enhance that.
Okay.
I think the important point is just saying categorically that non-wire solutions apply to DER or
Okay.
voltage-related DER impact.
Well, so do you need us to say something about this, or is this
Yeah.
just a conversation?
Well, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you would like to to maybe just clarify.
Clarify, yeah.
I mean, because to the extent the utilities are doing this, we're not asking them to do something if they're already doing it.
Right.
Okay. So I'm sort of looking at what you're doing at a sort of a higher level. I mean, ultimately, the utilities are going to be making the decisions. You're not. OPC's not making decisions
That's right.
about planning. So have you thought about how to deal with sort of the issues around, the utilities are going to have sort of natural biases or incentives, sort of baked within what they do. It's and this is not, and this is not a judgment call. I'm not expressing judgment against them. It's just that they have built in within them sort of ways in which they sort of naturally address constraints or challenges to the system. Have you thought about how you deal with those in the planning process to try to sort of counteract those? And so where the decision is ultimately the best interest of the system as opposed to one particular party.
Yeah. Well, I would say that the effort we put towards describing the sequence of informing field pilots and ADMS and DERMS rollout with robust planning, including what's the value case, what's the value proposition, is meant to inform that, right? So if the utility is the one who is identifying constraints and then solutions, then you have a narrow solution set. So I think one step is broadening that by, and some of this was discussed yesterday in respect to the MEA proposal, but I think there is a certain, that's why states went through and deregulated on when they entered wholesale restructuring, is to try to incentivize market competition. So I think there is a role for that. I think there's different considerations on the distribution system, but in my view, I think healthy competition between even utility ownership and third-party ownership, you should look at both definitely. And then what I also see is that sometimes states go too far and just keep the utility out, and I don't think that that's going to lead to a lowest cost solution. There might be times when there's a benefit to just, sometimes like within the substation, there's a footprint to just add a storage device or something like that. So there's certain use cases that could be foreseen where it's,
Where the utility owns
Yeah.
the storage. Okay.
yeah, and there's different arrangements. So I think of it less as who owns what, because again, at the end of the day, utilities are regulated and we have that insight, which is a great benefit. So there is versus private market companies aren't necessarily regulated in that way, and so I think there's some discussion points there worth having. But I really come back to what's the purpose of the ESP? Is it to just inform what the utility is already going to implement, or are we aiming to demonstrate where there's value on the system for, as I mentioned, customer cited DERs? That can be through a third-party aggregator or an Empower type program, or a combination of things, or a utility run program. So I think there's different ways to deliver the benefit, but I think it all starts with how does the system planning inform, and how transparent is it about what solutions can provide grid services, really.
And could there be a role for PBRs in the mix as a way to sort of counterbalance the incentive on the one hand by providing some performance incentive if they were to choose one approach and get a lot of benefit from it?
So I won't necessarily speak for OPC's final position on this. I think we're actively kind of looking at the MEA proposal, and we'll file those comments when the deadline is there, around things like performance. I know yesterday there was also some talk on the performance incentive mechanisms, and so PBR being performance-based rate making. I think there's a role for that. I also happen to just, again, think you have a lot of slack in the utilities system typically, that we heard the term grid utilization. So when utilities are making investments in DERMS and ADMS to optimize system value, I just happen to think before we even talk about PBR and other things, you have to show how you're optimizing the system value already with your current investments before you start saying we need to change the utility business model and this and that. I think those are needed, and they just need to be sequenced. That's kind of coming from my opinion. So again, I don't know if Paige has an opinion on that, but I think we'll look towards providing more detailed thoughts on the MEA proposal in that separate proceeding or docket.
Okay, and then finally, I spoke yesterday a little bit with MEA about the purpose of this, because you don't want this to be sort of a random exercise. And so has OPC given thought to its role in subsequent rate proceedings, and where does prudency fit into the mix?
Yeah, I think actually, So we have thought about that, and there in our initial comments, there's a little bit of discussion just citing to previous commission order. I don't have it in front of me right now, but just about when Maryland, when you all when the commission gave the order for establishing and promulgating the RM89 and putting those into COMAR, there was some discussion of how flexible the process should be. There was I think some states move towards an approval process that's tied to the investments, and the current status right now is not that. But there's commission language that I think is pertinent to this to your question, which means if there wasn't sufficient stakeholder process and utilities failed to integrate stakeholder feedback in a transparent manner about certain topics on these fronts, then that's a risk that they bear going into a rate case. And so I think in parallel, when we were discussing, with Mr. Borkowski, as we ran up to the RM89 and part of that previous work group phase, about just what is the role of the distribution and electric system planning process. And OPC cited some LB&L reports about, it's not meant to replace the rate case, but it can inform and make the rate case easier, because within that venue, it's nearly impossible for stakeholders to really get to some of those upstream questions, since a lot of the decisions have already been made, and it's already a very, large affair in a rate case to discuss a lot of important things. System planning, being so highly technical, is kind of outside and upstream of that. But they certainly inform one another. And so I think that's coming down to, again, even just looking at the DERMS roadmap and things like that each utility is putting out, understanding how it syncs up with things like the DER forecast and how many DERs can be even integrated into a DERMS, because the vendors will have different pricing tiers based on how many devices you're interacting or integrating into their system, and then what type of use case are you putting out? Like, are you dispatching them just for system peak, or are you dispatching for other needs? Those all have cost and benefit implications, which I think are properly more discussed in the ESP realm, but they might, again, to the point on performance-based rate making and all of that, I think I think there's a lot of vehicles already to answer those questions within the current process, and then if there's something that's obviously not working, then you can move to that next phase.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hoover.
So just to clarify this last discussion, is it OPC's position that they support MEA's proposal of handling these things in a rate case?
I would say as a short answer, no.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
McLean.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Could you go to slide 3, please? All right. How the tools perform that the utilities use, is your concern is you don't know how they, or you're finding out through discovery and it's not contained in the plan and you just want to see it in the plan?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the cost effectiveness of the tool, how is that determined in the scope of a planning document?
Well, that is the language in COMAR, so I would say you could run it through a typical cost-benefit equation where you look at, okay, improved system forecasting will allow us to do X, Y, Z. Maybe that's, it is more nebulous than something that's more concrete, deferring steel in the ground with an asset in the field on a DER. But so it is, I'm pointing back to, I think the cost-effective interpretation is more in the spirit of in this regard, meaning if there's a qualitative benefit even, or just reasoning why that next step or next evolution of the tool is merited, then, have that discussion and take some input. And then that level of back and forth even would, move the ball forward, in my opinion, just because there is a lot of, minute capabilities that these tools and vendors can provide. And then, you tend to get locked in. And so with a vendor, it's then costly to change and move to adopt either a different tool or even within the same vendor, like a different capability set. And so I think we need to start looking at those type of conversations, which, hopefully those will start occurring on a more frequent basis as the process continues.
Sure, I'm just trying to envision a process where, we wouldn't judge cost effectiveness until it got to, if it was an issue, until it got to a rate case. BGE says, this is the plan, we think it's cost effective, or this is the tool, we think it's cost effective. OPC says it's not. And then they just go forward?
Well, that's where I guess I kind of, back to the relationship between the ESP and a rate case. I mean, I think ultimately prudence is determined in a rate case for certain investments, but I think within the ESP, given the COMAR provisions to introduce and discuss evolution in the forecasting process, because when we started I think Dr. Bartlett and others have testified that the process went on for maybe 6 years or so, and so even in the later half of that or portions of that, I started in January 2025 to participate, and the discussion there was all around what are the current capabilities of the utilities, and things like adding DER and hourly forecasting was a challenge, and only some of the Exelon utilities were moving that direction, and so it was kind of okay, let's at least do that and then start improving. But there was that baked in consideration of iterating and discussing with stakeholders about certain improvements and what to invest in, because you get very close to then, moving towards real-time visibility and all of this, that can be a useful forecasting tool. Utilities might do that for their own operational needs, but in the planning sense, I think that's where it was meant, in our opinion, to reflect a more back and forth, which we just haven't seen.
Okay. In terms of the non-wire solutions criteria that you want to see, I didn't see a specific, A to Z. This is what we want to see.
Yeah.
Did I miss it?
You didn't miss it.
Okay.
And I think our intention was not to overload the slides here, and we'll probably make that just more clear. We'll keep our comments, the reply comments to the ESP updates, following the technical conference, very close to these, and then maybe distill out the very particular recommendations. I just happen to think, again, towards the notion of a hybrid solution, that a non-wire solution can couple with a traditional solution. You can often find ways to downsize your traditional solution, or like combine a load transfer with another DER program or something else to arrive at a lower cost solution. So I'm in favor usually of no screens. I mean, I know it sounds like it's a stark contrast to sort of putting up screens, but those make sense mostly when, like I said, maybe you're thinking of a 3-year-long large capital investment. It's not always, like if you're looking at a lower than $500,000 reconductor, that might be 125 kilowatts as your constraint on a certain section of line. Now that's difficult to achieve to deliver there, but if you have a customer who wants to install storage already, and all you need to do is incentivize them to use that for a grid service to deploy locally, that's the next evolution of the grid, is coordinating and optimizing those DERs. So I think, we'll think about it more and come back with the specific recommendation, but I lean towards eliminating those type of barriers, at least for when you're identifying the possible solutions. And then I think for screening, I think we'll have to follow up in the reply comments with if we believe any type of screen is currently appropriate.
Okay. Another question for you. You talked about, if there was a constraint and maybe combining a front of the meter solution with a behind the meter solution. Does that type of process, increase the level of difficulty on the utility side because they're trying to incorporate behind the meter aspects?
I think that gets back, I think it does increase the difficulty, yeah. I think it also is true that, taking BGE as an example, the investment in a utility DERMS, again, it goes back to what was the proposed use case and benefit of that? Was it just to control utility scale batteries, or was it to optimize field assets with utility scale batteries and other assets? I think it would be the latter. I would have to check, but I think that's where, again, and there's a roadmap aspect to this, right? So I mean, I'm not saying that they have that field capability today, the operational capability. There's a process and a method to follow to get that, and make sure the engineers who are going to need to call on those are trained and comfortable. However, the planning process should clearly inform the value proposition and the sequencing of that. To not do it until you've gone through the field trial is kind of, like I said, putting those sequences in reverse.
Okay, yeah, and that was kind of my next question. Ma'am, could you go to slide 7, please? I wasn't sure if I totally understood this. So you want the utilities, second bullet, utilities to explain how the results of pilots that are ongoing are going to change forecasting and decisions.
Yeah.
I'm just not,
I
maybe I'm missing that.
No, I tripped over the wording when I spoke that, so you're right to call it out. I think, I'll try to make that more clear in the reply comments, but what I was aiming to express there is, so change forecasting. What I mean by that is, we heard yesterday, okay, if you look at a feeder with a 9 megawatt capacity and it's got a constraint of 3 megawatts, and you only have existing storage of like a couple behind the meter storage devices, and you stop there and say, okay, we can't use those as a non-wire solution. What I'm kind of expressing here is the need to identify a possible solution for a non-wires or DER solution to that constraint would look something like, well, there's 3,000 homes on that feeder. How many of them could or might adopt solar or storage or bidirectional EV charging or other, Empower type load flexibility programs? How many may adopt that, and how many could adopt that if we targeted a program there? Now, that's obviously an interplay between programs and planning, but that's the type of evolution that I think is needed to really deliver on those.
And that's where the increased difficulty comes in, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I think most of my questions have been answered, but let me ask a kind of a broad philosophical question. Obviously, the utilities have a bias in favor of big batteries that are easier to manage, more expensive, and have better economies of scale. And I sense from you that you want to use existing behind-the-meter assets, and I get all of that. I understand that. And the proper solution has to be a balance of those two things. But what would you say to a person, say in the environmental community, who says that we should have something of a slight, if two solutions are equal, it's prudent, it's sensible to have a little bit of a bias toward the big batteries, because we're going to need that to fulfill state policy of getting solar online and wind on renewables online. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, that's a great point. And just to be clear, I don't favor large utility scale batteries any less. I like all distributed resources. I include front of the meter in that. As I mentioned, ownership has a complex relationship. I'm not even sold on which one is better. I think it's just important to evaluate the trade-offs of both. And so in this case, I was thinking of actually in terms of the transmission system with all of the Maryland state policy on carbon emissions. And there is a relationship. We know that the electric system plan now is broader to encompass both distribution and transmission. And if I think of just even, the Brandon Shores retirement or things like that could keep happening with resource retirements. PJM is going through its own, capacity need right now. So I am of the mind that we need a lot more resources on the distribution system, which is why I think streamlining towards what are the actual goals to deploy those quickest and removing barriers is important. And so I think I think the process here is evolving in a good direction. I think there are certain things that we've pointed out that could facilitate clarity in how stakeholders are engaging with the plans, and hopefully, but our consulting firm works a lot with environmental groups, and I have a lot of background in that myself, and so yeah, there is a conversation to say what is going to move the needle on the climate. And so battery storage, though, is a good example. So the metric around, I think, metric 1 under COMAR for the ESP, we sort of talked about state goals and aligning with that. And I think what you heard from yesterday's conversation from the work group leader is that was agreed upon, or so I think that deserves a little attention, just because in the work group process, OPC and we recommended like a greenhouse gas metric. So again, what tends to improve is what you measure. And so given the emphasis on climate solutions now, in the Climate Solutions Now Act, we kind of brought forward, well, what about a metric around greenhouse gases if that's a primary concern? And it was not incorporated because it was difficult to measure. And so with battery storage being an example, you can increase emissions by inefficient operation of your battery, especially when you look at PJM market interactions. So part of that just gets to, there was
how would that be if you only charge it up with coal-fired power? Is that what you're talking about?
No, well, that's part of it. That could be part of it. But there's a good study by the National Bureau of Economic Research looking at when batteries participate more in, I believe it's the energy markets, then existing fossil resources participate more in the ancillary market, and there's a trade-off there. They're not saying that it definitely always happens. They're just showing that under certain conditions it could happen. And so I think it's just a matter of, but it is true also of, there's a lot of studies about EV charging, and if you charge when there's mostly fossil fuel emissions on the grid in certain parts of the country, then you might actually increase emissions versus decreasing. So again, just part of trying to get that visibility and transparency in the plans and asking the right questions, I think, is part of the.
Well, I don't know that I'm opposed to building a road because some bad people might drive over it, but I mean, I'll just say it. I mean, I've spent 42 years of my career in accounting and finance, and I love me some economies of scale. It's just a bias that I have from those 42 years, and look. I mean, I believe in balance. I really do. I just wanted to broach the topic to just hear what you would have to say about that.
Yep.
Commissioner Suchman?
So just to follow up on the chair's question, I wonder if there's a way to quantify additional value. So if you have one approach that can take care of just a single issue, that gets you quantify that, but you can get sort of additional bonus points if an approach takes care of one issue but also has additional value, like the chair was suggesting, so that if a battery can not just support the grid but can also support renewables, that when you're doing your evaluation, that can get a couple of extra bonus points.
Yeah, there are ways to do that. It's called multi-benefit analysis, and I think but in terms of the hosting capacity example you raised, I mean, if you define that as a grid service or a category of where you can achieve real deferral value, like say you're going to make a capital investment to increase hosting capacity, but you utilize the battery to instead, as I mentioned, discharge it during times of system voltage need or just reverse power flow, then you're realizing that benefit. So it's, in my mind, not even a bonus point at that point. It's just you're clearly defining the grid service and calculating the actual benefit. But until you get there, until you can actually quantify it, there might be a role to play for sort of bonus adders or things like that. That's not really my view. I think you should try to just identify the system value and plan for it. But I was going to mention in the other slide, I think it's pertinent here because in the topic of what was brought up in the work group and we haven't really advanced is some of the recommendations from the LBNL technical assistants. Paul DiMartini has presented a couple of times, I think, on and mentioned the need for, within all of these various aspects of utility investments within the distribution and ESP process, there's a need to have a minimal cost framework or some kind of a cost containment framework. So on that respect, we're very much aligned with the MEA comments and we'll be reflecting that. He mentioned a couple of other states and examples where, you look, because you have a fixed budget in reality. You're not just, because something's cost effective and reducing greenhouse gases or something else, if you just end up spending all, if you're chasing all of those things, you're going to end up looking around with a high cost system. So I think we're very much in favor of ways to optimize the value within a given constraint and then push the state's goals forward, to the extent that it makes sense for the core objectives of grid.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it, but thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. That's the first section of this whole thing. Do folks want to have a quick 5-minute break, or should we crash on regardless? Okay, we're going to crash on regardless then. Let's go to the 2028-2031 reliability planning and targets. And on the agenda in this order, BG&E, Pepco Holdings, Potomac Edison, and SMECO. So let's start out with BG&E. And I think we'll hold to the philosophy of yesterday, where we will do questions for each group in succession. And if any of the commissioners have a question in the middle, I'll entertain those as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's on the screen. All you do is just up and down.
Only 5 pages. Okay.
Now switch computers on. Okay.
And again, as always, please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Good morning, Commissioners. Beverly Sikora on behalf of BGE. Beverly, Sikora, Sikora. And with me I have Michael Butts. Michael, Michbutts. A-E-L, Butts, B-U-T-T-S. He is the Director of Engineering and Standards for BGE, and I am going to turn this over to Mr. Butts.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. First of all, my position as Director Engineering and Standards, I have the group that's responsible for system reliability for BGE. So, as it relates to these proposed standards, we would be the group that would develop them and justify them in front of you. You're going to see 3 slides in this presentation. The first slide is going to provide just general information to sort of set the stage for the next 2 slides. The slide after that, we're going to show to you what those proposed standards are for safety and SAIDI. What's not on that slide is the cost information yet. On the third slide, we're going to show you the cost information and how that ties over to the standards that we're recommending. So if you have any budget questions, if you wait till the third slide, I think they're going to be answered there. Okay. So going to the next slide, the first bullet, of course, we want to provide safe, reliable, cost-effective service. But I think that what I want to say here is that I was here the last time that we proposed these standards. I've also been to several of the APR hearings, and while cost-effectiveness or affordability has been important, I think it's fair to say that it's taken on a new importance over the last couple of years. And the message here is that I understand that, BGE understands that. So the proposal you're going to see involves a significant cost reduction compared to what we have historically spent. Second bullet about the COMAR standards being a minimal acceptable level, and I'm going to go into more of this when I go through the next slide, but when you set a standard or reliability, there is variability about that particular performance as it relates to the weather in any given year. So this standard should take that into account because it is a minimum standard that we need to meet. It should be challenging, effective for our customers, but it's also something that is reasonable for us to meet as well. So I'll go into more of that in the next slide. Next one has to do with the signing of the Maryland Utility Relief Act. It's only to say that when we first created these standards and we submitted the filing, we had not seen the act yet. However, we do believe that our filing is in alignment with the purpose of that act. Next bullet is about the 5 scenarios that we're going to present to you. It's just a reminder again. We're going to show you a company goal. This is what we had originally proposed for our goal. A flat reliability and a flat cost. A minimum cost in our first quartile. So there's 5 of them that we're going to go over. And then the last bullet is, and I've mentioned this previously, and I'll mention it a couple times, there is a significant cost reduction involved in order to achieve these standards. Go to the next slide. Okay, so this chart here, I'm going to take you column by column here just so you really understand what's on the chart. The first thing is looking at column 1. It says 2006 filing company goal, flat reliability, flat cost. So when we looked at those 3 different scenarios, what we found is that they yielded the same result for the reliability recommendation. So therefore we lumped them all together, and that is one scenario for those 3 different studies. If you go below that, you see 2026 minimum cost and first quartile scenario. Same thing. We looked at those. It yielded the same result, so we just combined those together. So you're really looking at 2 scenarios that we're comparing one against the other. Now going to the next column in the green there, it says BGE COMAR 2.5 beta projections. Now what does that mean? That basically says what is the average number of interruptions our customers are going to have when you exclude major event days and you include planned outages. So that's what that means. Importantly though, that number does not take into account weather variability. So if I had a bad weather year, I could expect to be worse than that number. If I have a good weather year, I can expect to be better than that number. So because of that variability, that's not what we recommend to you, that number. We recommend that plus a planning margin. And through previous proceedings, we've typically said that a planning margin should be about 10 to 20% additional, or up to 2 standard deviations from the mean of an average that we calculate. So that's the second row that you see there. COMAR 2.5 beta target, 2 standard deviations from the 5-year history. So then we provide that number. That's the number that is actually the recommendation in front of the commission. And then the third row there is planning margin percentage. That just tells you, when you do the calculations, what was the percentage that we added to the original number to get you to the recommendation. Okay. Now, with that, let's go and look at what the numbers are. So for the first set of scenarios, the first three that were all lumped together, our 2.5 beta projection without the planning margin is 0.71 for all 4 years. It is flat. That means that the average customer without MEDs with planned outages has about 0.71 outages every year. Now, with the planning margin, that takes you up to 0.83. That's the recommendation in front of the commission today. If you were to take this scenario, we would be recommending 0.83 for each of the next 4 years. And if you look at what the planning margin percentage is, that's 17%. That falls between the 10 and the 20%. That was our recommended range. And then the same thing is true for, I just covered SAFE. The same thing is true for SADE. If you look at SADE, we start out at 76 minutes. You add the planning margin, you're up to 83 minutes, which is the recommendation in front of the commission if you accepted that scenario. And that is a planning margin percentage of 9%. And I'll stop there to see if there's any questions, if that makes sense to everybody.
Any questions from anyone? Oh, yes,
Yeah,
Commissioner Linton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to get some clarification on units here. So the 0.83 is on a scale of 100.
Well, 0.83 is the number of outages the average customer would have a year.
So it's
It's less than one outage. Less than one outage, yeah.
Okay. And for the duration again, I'm under your 2.5 B, under the 2 standard deviation category. For your SADE, that's in 83 minutes.
83 minutes.
Gotcha. Okay.
You have it, yep. You have
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thanks for that question. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, so that's the first scenario. If we look at the next scenario, which is the minimum cost first quartile scenario, it's the same concept, right? We start out at 0.71. However, there is a difference, a slight difference. Minimum cost scenario does take out money from the plan, and because of that, there is a slight degradation in reliability that we would predict. So where the first scenario, where you have flat reliability, keeps you at 0.71 and 0.83 across all 4 years, this scenario is 0.71 for the first 2 years, and then it goes up to 0.72 in the next 2 years. When you add the planning margin, that's 0.83 in the first 2 years, 0.84 in the next 2 years. And similarly, if you look at SADE, you start out with 76 minutes, you go to 77. When you add the planning margin, you're at 83 minutes, and you go to 84. That's kind of how that works. Now, one thing you might ask is, well, how does that compare to where we're going to end up in 2027? You know, did we go up? Did we go down? Well, in 2027, the target right now is 0.83 for SAFE. So if you accepted either of these scenarios, we're not backsliding. We're starting out at 0.83 for the next few years. Okay. If you look at SADE in 2027, it was 85. So we're actually, in these scenarios, recommending an improvement from 85 minutes to 83 minutes, and that either stays flat or goes up to 84, depending on the scenario you select. Okay, I'll stop there again. Any questions before I go to the next slide?
Commissioner McLean.
I'm sure this is probably a stupid question. On your last bullet, the estimated first quartile industry performance is maintained. Fair to say it's maintained for both of the scenarios?
Yes, that's right. You got it.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, with that, let's go over to where we talk about the money. And this kind of pulls it all together in relationship to the budget. And again, I'll step you through this because it can be a little bit confusing. Let's look at 2024 and 2025, and you see those numbers up there, and you see the 0.71 up there, right? That right there represents how much we spent on reliability those years. So that's the green line. So in those years, we spent something around $312 million each year, a little bit more, a little bit less for each of those years, right? That was the number. And for that number, we had a 2.5 beta standard of 0.71, and that was equivalent to the 0.83. So that's that. Now, back in 2025, we took a very serious look at how much we were spending as a utility based on the feedback from the commission, feedback from our interveners, and we began to look at how can we cut the money, yet still try to maintain at least flat reliability, and that's why you see a very significant reduction in 2026. We went from about 310 million to between 220, I'd say 230 million, something in that range. And then as we look forward looking, a lot of money was cut, and we had to add certain things back to the plan. That's why you see an increase. That gets you to 2027, which is over the 260 million, which is still significantly less than what we spent in 2024 and 2025. And then it's at that point that we begin to trend out what those two scenarios were that I covered on the previous slide. So,
Go ahead, Commissioner Suchman.
Okay, so I guess you probably are anticipating this question. So what was cut, and then what was added? Do you know?
yeah, at a high level, I can talk about
Okay.
that. Yeah, and it wasn't so much that it was cut; it had to do with timing. So we ended up doing less vegetation management work in 2026. There's a fair amount of O&M associated with that, and in order to meet the PSC requirement of getting all of it done in 4 years, we had to add some money back in 2027. So that was part of it.
Okay, but so it was more, is it more of a timing issue, or have you actually cut the amount that you're spending on reliability over a planning period?
Sure, yeah. It's actually both. We absolutely cut money out of the plan, and that's why you see 310 million in 2024 and 2025, and all of these numbers drop well below that. So there's definitely cuts. What I'm trying to explain, though, is that there's a big dip in 26, there's a higher number in 27. That's the timing issue.
Right, so if we take the timing piece out, what else was cut?
Oh, we reduced the amount of money we spent on cable replacement, the amount of money we spent on distribution automation, some of the money we spent on corrective maintenance, things like that.
So you've sort of identified things that you could delay. So you didn't have to spend it this year. You could wait a couple of years.
Well,
and
it's both. It's both. We identified stuff we could delay, and tree trimming would be an example of that, where we could delay it. And then we also cut some money out of the budget. Distribution automation is an example of that, where we could have put more automation equipment out there, but we said, okay, we're trying to manage affordability. We're going to take that money out of the plan. It's not timing. It was taken out of the plan.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep. Okay. So let's look at 2027 then, because that's where the recommendations come in for this particular proceeding. That top line there, that is the three scenarios that match the top scenario I talked about in the previous slide. That's the company goal scenario. That's the flat reliability, flat cost scenario. So that's what the costs look like. If we went with that scenario, those are the estimated budget costs, and we would maintain that 0.71 without the planning margin, 0.83 with the planning margin. Okay? The line below that, that's the line that is the minimum cost for his quartile scenario. In that case, we have even more significant budget reductions. We do maintain reliability at 0.71 for the first couple of years, but it does degrade a little to 0.72 in the last 2 years. So I want to stop here and make sure everybody understands that before I talk about our recommendation.
Okay, so in those two scenarios, what's the difference in what was spent? What is it that you're further cutting?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So a good example of that would be we're further cutting cable replacements. We're further cutting corrective maintenance. And because of that, what ends up happening is you can do that for a while. That will save you money for a while. But if you do it over a long period of time, you will begin to degrade reliability. So if we went with this scenario, it's okay for this period, and we can save money in our investments. But it's not something that I would recommend you do for a long period of time after this particular proceeding. Like the next time, I think we should be increasing our investment again to get back where we need to be. But for now, I think it's something that is a viable solution. Okay. And that brings me to my recommendation. When we first developed this concept and these slides, we came in with a company goal of maintaining flat reliability. That's your top line that you see on that chart. However, we have had internal executive discussions. We have read the input from staff, Office of People's Counsel. We've taken input from other interveners, and we have reconsidered that decision. We are now prepared to support going with the minimum cost scenario. And that minimum cost scenario would have a slight reduction in our reliability. We understand that, but we also understand the affordability concerns of our customers, and we're willing to support that. What does this mean in just large terms about the reduction? That would represent about a 20% reduction in our reliability spend before you even consider inflation, because normally you'd expect spend to go up by inflation, right? If you include inflation, it's actually closer to a 30% reduction in our reliability spend, and that's what we're proposing. And then I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hoover, let's start with you.
All right, so looking at this chart, you're telling us that you're recommending spending 240 million as opposed to 260 million.
A little less than 260, yeah.
Yeah, well, what I would probably phrase it a little differently.
Okay, yeah.
I would say that we're recommending spending that, like let's say that 240 million, as opposed to the 320 that we were spending in 24 and 25, because that was our baseline spend for years. It was in that range.
But I thought, based on what you had said before, that you were, originally, when you were going to file a rate case, you were going to push for this, I'm trying to think what they call it now, the flat reliability situation. And now in looking at this chart, that seems to me to be just under the 260 million. But you're telling me the flat reliability cost was actually 320?
No. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that if you look at what BG had historically spent on reliability, it was in that over that 300 million range.
Mhm.
And because of the affordability concerns, we have taken a hard look at all the different ways we spend money on reliability, and we're giving you scenarios that have significant budget cuts. And we're still committing to meeting flat reliability, or if you go to minimum, maybe a slight backslide.
Okay, thanks.
McLean?
Thank you, sir. Good morning. In relation to the first quartile ranking, I don't know if you are aware, OPC expressed some concerns about those rankings, or did you see those comments?
I actually didn't see it, but I've heard about it and been briefed on it, so I might be able to talk to it.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could have if you have a response to that, sir.
Well, I think well, maybe if you could summarize what your question is.
That's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine. All right, I will. I'll read right from there, or at least one of their concerns. Said the IEEE annual survey data set's too limited, and Exelon, not just BGE, your use of the data is flawed. The participation in the benchmark survey is anonymous and participation is voluntary. Let's see. Voluntary participation may skew the results if utilities with poorer performance are less likely to report, and anonymity prevents verification of the peer group, and it goes on for a while.
Yeah. What I would say to that is that the survey isn't perfect, right? I mean, I recognize that if you go to any different utility, they might record things a little bit differently than the way we record it here at Exelon. Totally understand that. And the fact that they want to be anonymous, I can understand that too, right? If you're at the bottom of the pack, you probably don't want to advertise that, right? However, I feel very confident that as a directional number, this is a good thing to participate in this survey. Because what it tells you is, out of a group of, and I think it's like 24 utilities, if I remember the number right, are you at the top, are you in the middle, are you at the bottom? It can tell you that directionally. And for BGE and the other Exelon utilities, we're sitting at the top in first quartile.
Okay. Fair to say that there's no other, I guess, similar tool out there,
And that's
sir?
the other problem too, right? We don't have a better option right now.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
I just also wanted to add, though, it's you could expand it, but again, to expand it might be to have utilities that aren't really comparable. I mean, there's a big difference between a utility that is, in an urban setting versus a suburban setting. I mean, so, So, certainly, what we're doing is looking at, comparable utilities to make sure that it really is an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just had a question about, I'm on,
Oh, sorry about that.
groovy.
Okay.
I had a question about, on your slide 3, first bullet regarding the standard deviation to account for various other variables, including weather.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that information, according to the bullet at least, that it comes from staff and maybe some other sources. Is that supposed to capture those, something we talked about at a prior hearing, those small pop-up type of storms that are not predicted but but fall under the requirement for a major outage event?
Yeah, absolutely. It covers all storms that don't end up being a major outage event. And just because of variability, some years you might have a lot more of those storms, and some years you might have a lot less. So when you pick this standard that we're recommending, we're saying that regardless of the year, whether it's a really bad year or not, we're committing to meeting that standard.
Okay. So, as you know, the filings and reporting information we get now is still based on the major outage standard process in COMAR. And I guess it's somewhat anecdotal for me to say it from here, but we've been seeing an increase in these pop-up types of storms. So, I guess I'm curious as to what's and I don't know if this is the right venue for this or not, but what's the basis for the 10 to 20% margin? I mean, 20% is pretty significant size when you talk about the whole.
Yeah, that's looking at the weather variability and how much weather can vary over any given year. And we feel that that 10 to 20% covers that variability of the weather.
I seem to recall that staff had done some statistical analysis at some point that came up with kind of that range. John said yes.
Yeah, I remember seeing that information. Okay, well, I guess we'll see how it looks over the next 3 or 4 years. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Suchman?
So, thank you for your presentation. What are you asking the commission to do today?
Well, I would ask the commission, based on the material I provided, to decide whether you want to, and I'll go to slide 3, by the way, where we're at now. Would you want to approve flat reliability, which is 0.83 safety for all 4 years and 83 minutes for all 4 years, understanding that there's a little bit higher cost than if you went to the minimum cost scenario, which is the bottom. We're willing to support the minimum cost scenario and go in with that, but just understand that it does backslide reliability a little bit.
Okay, so you're asking for us today to make a decision about.
Yeah.
Okay. If we go to the next slide.
To be today.
Okay. If we go to the next slide, I'm trying to understand why this slide is here. You're not asking for us to approve that 20% reduction.
No, yeah, we're not asking for any money approval. That's a rate case issue, right? We're simply trying to demonstrate that in order to achieve these standards, we've significantly reduced our reliability spend.
Okay, but we have a rate case.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that this slide is not an appropriate slide to be in this proceeding when we're in the middle of a rate case.
Commissioner Suchman, the staff, what we file with the commission when we propose these regulations, there's always been I think since the first that we started doing this back in 2013, it's always been what are your proposed safety standards and what do you think it will cost to get there? So, this is, the cost information has always been there. While we're not asking the commission to, approve those costs, but it is something that staff, in rate cases will use. Especially, now with a historic test year, staff will look at, well, what did you say it would take to get to the achieved standard? Okay, you met the achieved standard, but you spent more money. Why did you have to spend more money? That it helps them, I think, determine prudency during a rate case.
Okay, so in the rate case, have you asked for, in your historic test year, what have you included as a number in terms of meeting the reliability requirements?
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but I know it's within these ranges that you're seeing here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, our test year is April 25 to March 26, so it's kind of, largely the, the top number, but then also reflecting a bit of the fact that it was lower. That's what's
Yeah,
in the test.
I'm mostly just, I'm just concerned about impacting the integrity of 9888. And so I just, and maybe Mr. Dean can,
Well, I was about to say, speaking of staff, if you could comment, we'd appreciate it.
Michael Dean.
I think we can hear you.
Michael Dean on behalf of staff. Well, the 9888 has a historic test year. This is looking forward, so there should not be any issue of not having other parties here to participate and hear this.
Okay.
okay, I just wanted to express my concern, and I'm not sure that this is helping the process, but, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Suchman, I can say, too, before we filed the MYPs, we had quite a few rate cases at the same time that we were going through this process. And I can, honestly, I don't remember any concern raised by parties or anyone. Again, I think what we're doing is, again, it's helping the other parties, have something to use in their prudency determinations in a rate case to say, hey, again, you said, when you were setting these standards that you were going to, could do it with, X, Y, or X spending. Did you do that? And if you didn't, or you did, that's just a helpful fact for, determining prudency. I can say we always get data requests that ask us to compare, our spending that we said in these filings with our proposed regulations to what we actually incurred.
Right, but that's within the scope of the proceeding. I just
Right.
am, I'm expressing a little bit of concern. I hear you, and so it's on the record.
Okay. I think that's it then. Thank you very much. And we will, again, anybody want to, quick? Okay, let's take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. So we'll be back at 11:37 with PHI. And away we go. Pepco Holding.
Good morning, Doug Micheel, Dougmicheel, appearing on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light Company. And with me today is Mr. Vincent Zaccone. He is our Manager of Reliability, VINCENT, ZACCONE. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Zaccone. We have some slides on our 28 to 31 reliability reporting SAIDI safety standards. Vince?
Okay. All right. Doug, thank you. And Chairman Barve, good morning. Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for having me today. I'll go ahead and get started. So as many of you recall from the 2050-1202, utilities file proposed safety and SAIDI reliability standards for its Maryland service territories that examine 5 different cost scenarios, those being company goal, flat reliability, flat cost, first quartile, and minimum cost. And today, after additional analysis of all the scenarios, we determined that the flat reliability scenario is the recommended scenario for both PHI operating companies, Delmarva Power and Pepco. And I know upon looking at some of the other reports, this approach was endorsed by our peer opcos at BG&E and Potomac Edison when they submitted those reports in early March. Now, I have 3 slides I'm going to go through with you all today. Should take a few minutes, but I would just like to talk a little bit through the rationale of flat reliability and the points considered that makes this the best option for all stakeholders. One thing I will note from this slide is that by going with flat reliability, you do keep our existing performance within first quartile, and you're basically preventing the backsliding, and you're going to do this for less overall cost than our company goal, or what our company LRP currently is, for that 2020 to 2031 window. Anytime we have to make a decision, we not only need to consider the reliability for our customers, but especially now, and I think Mr. Butts referred to this a little bit in his presentation, that we need to be mindful of the affordability here. So if you were to proceed with, say, a flat cost scenario or a minimum cost scenario, I know in the reports we show that backsliding is expected to occur with the less spend that we show there. This means that more outages and longer outage durations per customer, and that's what affects our safety and SAIDI metrics that we have to project. And for where we currently sit reliability-wise, that can also mean dropping out of first quartile for at least Delmarva Power if we're talking a flat cost scenario now. So those two are least preferred here. The big takeaway, as I go through these next couple of slides with you all, is that flat reliability scenario will provide the best balance of both reliability and affordability. A couple other points I'm just going to mention with my presentation here. The last time, so I was here the last time we did this in 2022. Company goal did just narrowly pass commission vote at that time. Although while we went through that, commission staff did note in their review of the report that the costs for flat reliability scenario were more appropriate to meeting the approved targets. Now, that was a train of thought I wanted to keep in mind when requesting this scenario, just in a good faith effort. The flat reliability recommendation maintains Pepco and Delmarva's top tier reliability without adding that inappropriate cost burden you would see in, say, a company goal, which we lumped with first quartile since both of those gave the best reliability that would be in first quartile. So I'll move on to the next slide here. And really, there's a lot on this slide, so I'm going to go point by point here. And some of the comments that were provided a little bit earlier this summer makes a reference to a flat cost. So this slide is more about the antithesis to why flat cost may on the surface make sense, but in reality, let's just go through it a little bit here. So here's some thoughts. So for one, if you take a look at the screen, I will zoom in here.
I just have a clarifying question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
So BGE used minimum cost. That's not flat cost.
Correct. The minimum cost is, think of it almost like the bare bones scenario where you're basically stripping everything away except for what you absolutely are required to do. So I know when we put forth our scenario, we're looking at things that are required, poorest performing feeders, multiple device activations, things that are in COMAR that we absolutely have to do. And so as a result of that, a lot of that budget ultimately got stripped from the minimum cost scenario.
Okay, so I'm a little confused.
Okay.
So you're asking for us to apply flat cost to you, and that's different than what BGE is recommending on minimum cost?
No, what we're saying is flat reliability, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about why flat reliability makes sense. But where I'm coming from here is that in order to continue reliability to stay flat, it's not the same thing as flat cost. And I maybe if you let me get through the presentation.
Yeah,
we can
why
talk
don't
more.
we let you,
Sorry.
I just
let
was-
you roll.
I was confused
Yeah, yeah,
about
It's a
that
good, no, it's a very good
terminology.
question. Sure.
Let's let them roll, okay.
No sweat, no sweat. But we'll definitely come back to that question, though. Okay, so this first point here that I wanted to make about the flat cost scenario. So if you do take a look at the screen, first off, I do have some references here from Commission staff's report. I do want to thank them for putting together a very comprehensive report, and it shows a lot of detailed analysis on every scenario, not just for us, but for all the utilities. One thing that I really do like about Commission staff's approach is they use the ICE calculator to determine some key metrics that show if we really are getting good bang for buck for the reliability programs that are being undertaken. And so one of these, and I can zoom in here because I know it's a little bit small. Hopefully that provides a little bit more of a view there. But the benefit to cost ratio, as long as you are seeing 100% or more, what that's saying is the benefits outweigh the costs, thus meaning that those investments are cost effective. So in other words, the higher you go from 100% and up, the more cost effective you are. And the closer those numbers get to zero, the less and less cost effective you are. So I took a look at this analysis, and I found that in both Delmarva Power's case and Pepco's case, the highest benefit to cost ratios did actually lie with company goal, followed by flat reliability, and followed by flat cost. Now, one other thing that I'll say, and you can see this in my chart below here with the green here, is that I took staff's parameters from their report, and I was able to recreate the analysis in the ICE calculator. And one other component that ICE calculator will give you is benefit per customer. It's literally the dollars of quantified benefit that each customer receives per scenario. And when you look at that, flat reliability shows the greater benefit per customer as well, which aligns with staff's benefit to cost percent ratio from the analysis shown above. So while the data would really point to company goal as the most cost-effective approach, we do also understand customer sentiments and feel that the best balance of affordability and reliability goes back to that flat reliability goal. So let me zoom back out here and go back to my other point. And I think this is, I'll just keep going. So my second point here is just to ensure that this is also clear, and I think maybe this talks a little bit, Commissioner, to your question. Flat reliability scenario means we are maintaining the reliability through 2031, and this is not the same as flat cost. For anything we go through these days, cost increases. I'm not just talking about today, utilities, but groceries, rent, my child's daycare, college tuition, insurance rates, etc. And as assets continue to age, vegetation continues to grow, storms intensify with climate change that has already been in place, and overall inflation we have seen over time, a flat budget is really a shrinking budget due to these factors. And this thought process was used in how the PHI companies developed the scenarios. And so I know it was mentioned about how BGE has combined some of their scenarios with Delmarva and Pepco. You will see that some of those scenarios were split up because of this thought process. So for example, in Delmarva Power, you can see at the bottom here that flat reliability's projected metrics are aimed to maintain a 0.77 SAFE from 2027 through to 2031. You will also notice that for 2028 to 2031, we have a planning margin of roughly 0.16, and that was developed using the 1 to 2 standard deviations guidance our commission staff has provided us with, which led to a final target of 0.94. So while it looks like reliability falls because the standard drops, and when I say it falls, you know, we're at a 1.03 today, but in 2031 you see a 0.94. So one would say, hey, that drops. Well, no, it didn't drop. Really what you're seeing here is that our tighter planning margin makes it appear that way. However, the actual projections are actually staying flat that whole time.
Where exactly are we seeing those numbers?
Let me zoom in. So I'm referring to the bottom right hand side.
Oh, I see
You
it.
see
Okay,
what I'm
right.
talking about?
Yeah,
the
right above
yellow
the numbers.
part.
Page
Exactly.
3, right, okay, gotcha.
Exactly. Yep. But with flat cost, which is that table just below it now, you will see that rise occur. And by 2031, and based off of that shrinking budget idea, the thought is that as time continues and you have this flat cost, which is really a shrinking budget due to some of those factors I mentioned, you're really going to see a deterioration over time. And as a result of that, as time progresses, now you're out of first quartile, because I believe the first quartile number we came up with was roughly a 0.80 from the IEEE, which I will get to in a slide, Commissioner McLean. I will talk about that. But that is the last piece that I just wanted to mention, is that the difference that you get with a flat reliability scenario that keeps you in that first quartile versus a flat cost, where if you keep that budget flat, you're going to see deterioration as time goes on.
And so I just want to add, the difference between the flat reliability and the flat cost is the flat reliability, and Mr. Zaccone, keep me honest here, is that has what I'll call it an inflation adder that recognizes that costs are increasing, and that's the only difference. Is that
exactly?
So just to differentiate the difference between those two scenarios, and those are 2 of the 5 scenarios that the commission staff and that we have historically done of the 5 scenarios. So that's going to be the difference between those 2 scenarios. Sorry.
No problem. And this is, so I'm on my last slide now, and I know, Commissioner McLean, you asked this question, so hopefully what I'm going to go through now helps answer that a little bit more regarding benchmarking. I have on the slide, I have it written here, that benchmarking is crucial as this shows what good looks like. So the first point I'm going to make is that we utilize a public source. It's a benchmarking report completed by the Power and Energy Society, which is a branch of the Institute of Electric and Electronics Engineers, or IEEE. They are a highly respected organization for standards and technical guidance. This is the same group that gave us the 2.5 beta major event day that we use today here in Maryland for exclusions of storms. I know this report is published annually. There is quartile information already available, and it looks at utility data nationwide. Now, I do know the report also consists of utilities, several utilities. This last survey we had over 70 such utilities in there. I know one comment I had read made a reference to us self-selecting our peers, and I know that since we're already referring to a published report by another entity, that's not really something that the operating companies are self-selecting that we're comparing our performance against. Really what we're doing is we're just taking the largest credible benchmarking source available with quartiles to show everyone what good looks like. I know this has been used without concern, and without it, I wouldn't really be able to tell you guys what first quartile looks like. The only other credible benchmarking information that's there that I'm aware of could be the federal government's. They have the form EIA 861. The only issue there is that there's no quartile information available, so the only way you can gauge performance that way is based on an average number. I believe table 11.1 from that form, I think it shows a national average SAIFI of like a 1.06 and a SAIDI of like over 130 minutes, something along those lines. But really, from a Delmarva and a PEPCO standpoint, we're well below those averages, and we've been that way for the last 5 years. So the only other point I'll share before we get to questions here is just around incremental reliability benefits and just how these are calculated per project and program. And the key takeaway that I'll share with you all is that it's not as easy or straightforward as these requests are made to sound. The analogy that I feel in the time I've been doing this, which has been, it'll be 15 years next year, in the utility business, the analogy I can provide is tied to personal fitness and weight loss. So overall results will be able to come from many different actions working together, making it difficult to attribute any success to a single initiative. So a lower SAIFI or a SAIDI, like weight loss, is typically the cumulative effect of multiple contributing factors. So there are things that you very well could quantify like calorie intake, which could have a more direct and measurable impact on the weight loss, just as certain reliability projects may have identifiable risk reduction benefits. However, the overall outcome is still influenced by a lot of efforts that is one point I wanted to make. The other piece to this is timing. So after a project is completed, that doesn't automatically mean that benefits occur the same day. In many instances, you're going to see those benefits lag the work. So the final takeaway here before I conclude with you all is that where we can quantify direct benefits, we absolutely do so. However, where we cannot, we have to approach the work on a case-by-case basis. And for the ones where we do quantify, that is in our waterfall charts that are provided in those reports. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Mr. McHugh, I don't know if you have anything else you'd like to add, but...
No, just for clarity, we are requesting that the flat reliability scenario be the one that the commission adopts and that is published in COMAR. So just to be crystal clear about what the request is, if there's any confusion.
Okay, we're going to start with Commissioner McLean, who I understand can bench press his weight. So
it's impressive.
Wow.
It's not really. But thank you for thank you for answering my one question on the surveys.
Cool.
Another question I have.
Yeah.
So the flat cost versus flat reliability. So assuming the flat cost was selected,
Yes.
is it fair to say that the future costs would significantly increase to try and get back to flat reliability versus go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I want to make sure I understand your question. So, and that's kind of at least the way I had viewed this exercise. When we say flat cost, we mean X dollars, and it's X dollars every year.
Right.
So naturally, am I going to get the same performance if I spend X dollars 4 years from now? No, I'm not. Because everything's going to cost more at that point. The same project I can do today is going to cost more 3 or 4 years from now. So as a result of that, you're going to see some backsliding. And that's at least the thought process that was utilized in coming up with that scenario.
Sure. With the backsliding, though, trying to get back to, I guess a steady state of like where you are now.
Right. Like
That's going to cost significantly more than, I guess, obviously, if you'd done just the
correct
reliability.
Correct. The general thought process in a lot of this is as you increase spend, you should be seeing more improvement, and vice versa. If you decrease that spend, you're going to see more deterioration as a result over time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good questions.
Commissioner Linton, Suchman, and Hoover in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Okay.
Okay. So, tell me what you're asking in terms of, so you're asking for a change. What are you, I'm not really clear about what you're asking for today.
Our ask is for the flat reliability scenario. That was our recommendation.
Okay. What's currently in place?
Currently in place is company goal.
So you want to change that?
So this process is for the 2028 through 2031 standards. And 4 years ago when we did this, we had recommended company goal at that time, and this was in 2022, so this was for 2024 through 2027, right? So now when we approach, now that we're doing this process 4 years later, and we're looking at 2028 through 2031, could we have proposed company goal? Absolutely. But there's an understanding that affordability is a big deal here, and the thought is let's proceed with something that gives the best balance of both. And that's where flat reliability is our recommendation.
Okay. And then would flat reliability have a number, or would be a defined term?
So
I'm not sure I understand. Go ahead.
So we would have a SAIDI SAFE number that would be published in COMAR that we would meet, and we also provided cost numbers to meet the flat reliability. Is that the question?
Right. So in COMAR, it wouldn't just have flat reliability. It would have flat reliability, and it would mean this.
Yeah.
Is that what you're?
Correct. So ultimately what's going to happen here is if after all of this flat reliability is the recommended and approved scenario here, what that really means is the the targets, and you can see them on COMAR 2050-12 today through 2027. We're saying that if you approve flat reliability, our standards 2028, 2029, 2030, and 2031 are going to be what's in our flat reliability scenario, which would be 0.94 every single year for, I believe that was for Delmarva. And then for Pepco, I don't have it on me, but hopefully that at least helps with the understanding.
Okay, so
Yeah.
within Comar, and
Uh-huh.
and actually I don't know the answer to this.
Oh,
Is flat reliability defined for each utility? Or-
No.
Okay.
No, it is not.
No.
In Comar, all you're going to see is the SAIDI targets that are the minimal targets that Pepco or Delmarva need to meet. The only place you're going to see these 5 standard, company goal, flat reliability, are in the filings that we've made in case number 9353 historically,
Yeah.
and that are being dealt with here.
Yeah, and the only other interpretation I had to that flat reliability is whatever our metrics are for safety and SAIDI, it basically stays that same number, right, in 28, in 29, in 20, right?
I'm still confused.
Okay.
So if we were to change, you would want us to change Comar, correct?
Comar will have to change because there are only SAIDI standards in place right now through 2027.
Right. So your recommendations are Comar changes, and those would be applicable to all utilities within Maryland.
No, when you look at that Comar section has specific SAIDI standards for each electric distribution company, and they are not the same.
Okay.
So if I had the internet here, I could call up the Comar section. I don't, but you could see in your standards what the SAIDI standards are right now through 2027 for each EDC.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're asking us to changing Comar to reflect flat reliability for Pepco and Delmarva, and you would give us a number.
Yes,
Yeah.
the SAIDI number for flat reliability is in our proposed, our 9353 proposal.
Okay. And you understand that for BGE, they're not asking for flat reliability. They're not even asking for flat cost. They're asking for a minimum cost. So that's significant. As I see it, flat reliability is going to be higher costs. As you suggested, every year things just get more expensive. Then there's the flat cost. So you suggested that's going to lower reliability. And then we've got BGE that is suggesting minimum cost. So in Comar, we're going to put something in for BG that's going to be significantly less than unless I'm not understanding this.
In Comar, you're just going to put SAIDI numbers. And I would point out that the staff has recommended flat cost for both Pepco and Delmarva, and the Office of People's Counsel has recommended flat reliability for Delmarva Power and Light Company and flat cost for Pepco.
I see, speaking of staff, I see Mr. DeAndre Wilson's.
Yeah, DeAndre Wilson on behalf of staff. So, Commissioner, what we have existing now in Comar are what staff has provided and utilities have provided are various scenarios as to what projected SAIDI and safety reliability targets will be in the coming years. The minimum costs and the various other scenarios are just the manner in which staff has evaluated or analyzed the various possibilities of what those projected targets will be. As these hearings conclude, you all will make a decision on which of those scenarios you all will approve, which will then be put into Comar, and which the utility will be held accountable for meeting those minimum targets.
But they will be different for different utilities?
Yes. Each of the different utilities' projected safety numbers for the next several years will be different.
Okay, and then the justification for that is just because it's...
Different utilities have different electric utility systems, and their level of operation and ability to meet those targets, they vary from different companies. Some of them, and the geographical layout is different. Some are rural service territories. Some of them are more inner city or urban.
Okay.
So those things impact utilities operations
All right.
and their ability to.
All right, I think I understand.
So,
what you're-
so for example, in Delmarva Power's filing, at page 21, you'll see the flat reliability scenario that will set out, historical SAIDI-SAFI and what we're asking for SAIDI-SAFI, and then it will also have costs. In the PEPCO, the flat reliability is at page 20.
Okay,
Just so if you want to take a look at it.
okay, and then just to be clear, if flat reliability will result in higher costs, flat costs will just keep the cost level, but you believe we're going to see degradation in reliability because of that?
That's what I'm saying, is that if you keep the same budget year over year, you're going to see some deterioration as a result of that. Whereas with, go ahead.
And that's consistent with staff's own analysis, and staff says that in their report also.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay,
Thank
Hoover.
All right, just so I understand
Yeah.
the terminology, I guess.
Sure.
So BG&E's proposal had two scenarios. This one they called flat reliability, flat cost scenario, and the one they asked us to approve, which was the minimal cost scenario. But your situation is flat reliability is different than flat cost.
Correct.
Okay. Now,
All right.
see,
I can talk about that if you need.
well, yeah, all right, go ahead and sort of.
Yeah, no, but basically what I'm saying is that when we determined a flat cost scenario, right, the thought is that as time progresses, you're going to have inflation, and a lot of those materials, or really anything these days as time progresses, is going to be more expensive. So if you keep that budget the same as time goes on, you're not going to be able to conduct as much work as you could have done, say, 5 years ago. And so as a result of that, now you're limited in the number of projects you can do, and as a result of that, you're going to see some backsliding. At least that's the thought process behind what you see here. Versus flat reliability, now you're keeping up with inflation, and that number can stay consistent as time progresses.
And if I could add, Commissioner, we have been directed by this commission to do an analysis on 5 different scenarios. And so that's what we've done, consistent with the way we've done it since 2012, when the service quality and reliability rules were put into place. And what we're focusing on here, and the reason we're focusing on the flat cost scenario and the flat reliability scenario, is because that's what the staff and the Office of People's Counsel had recommended, and both PEPCO and Delmarva had recommended the flat cost scenario. And like I said, the staff had recommended the flat cost scenario, and and OPC had recommended the flat reliability scenario and the flat cost scenario for one of the EDCs. So, we've always done these 5 scenarios, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I understand. So, but BG&E has sort of come to us and said, because of the affordability concerns, they're willing to propose that they do a minimal cost thing, even though there may be some degradation in reliability. When PHI was making its decisions about which scenario to pitch to us, is there any discussion with folks at Exelon about this, or is this internal just to PHI?
This was an internal PHI decision, and we made the decision to do flat reliability based on the affordability issues that we saw, keeping in mind that uh, we want to make sure we still provide good service, to customers. And we also, I think this proposal is consistent with the customer surveys, right? I mean, for example, in Delmarva, customers aren't willing to pay a substantial amount more for increasing reliability, and we're not increasing reliability here. We're keeping the reliability flat. So we are taking into account those surveys, although, as BG&E pointed out, those surveys were done after we provided this. But I think the flat reliability request is consistent with those customer surveys. And I mean, if you look at Pepco, if you add up all the different numbers, it says customers may be willing to pay more. I mean, I think it's a slight, it's over 51% if this and that and the other, and that's not what we're asking them to do. We're asking them to keep it flat, recognizing the fact that inflation happens. And we're not trying to gain more, we're just trying to recognize inflation and keep the reliability where it is now without backsliding. And there is a cost if a customer is out more, right? There can be a cost to that customer.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Back in the early 90s, we had a poll that said that the voters would vote for slightly higher taxes, so that's what we did. And then in 1994, Ellen Saubre almost won the election. So, just saying. Anyway, in any case, I do have a question. I ought to know the answer. I feel like I ought to know the answer to this, but I don't. Generally speaking, I don't want an exact number, but generally speaking, vegetation management, how much as a percentage, as a proportion of what you spend for reliability, how much is vegetation management?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
I thought he might.
Commissioner.
I was going to say I could get that for you. I don't have that off the top of my head either, but that's
Okay.
certainly something I could take back and get to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know that. All right. Well, I believe that's it, and it's a little after it's 12:10. So let's take 45 minutes for lunch. So we'll be back at 12:55, I guess, and around that time. So and then we'll pick up with PE, SMECO, and then we will wind this all up with our staff and People's Council. So see you then. All righty. Let's get started then.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Jessica Reba on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. To my right is Mark Zuka, our Senior Advisor of Regulatory Affairs. To my left is Renee Tenney, our Director of Engineering, and Dave Bedard, Manager of Engineering Services. Ms. Tenney is going to kick us off today.
Great.
Good afternoon. Just for the spelling of my name is Ronay, Tenney. So our presentation this afternoon for Potomac Edison is going to discuss our proposed safety and SAIDI reliability standards for the 4-year period of 28 through 31. Our filing that you have also included our planned capital investment in our distribution system, really showing our, I think, demonstrating our commitment to meeting the reliability standards in the future. Go ahead to the next slide. All right, the slide on the screen is showing the proposed standards of 1.05 safety and 142 minutes of SAIDI. That proposal, and we're going to have some more slides on this, but the proposal is really based on the customer survey results, scenario modeling, peer benchmarking, projected reliability costs, and the level of performance necessary to really be in compliance with the metrics. One of the key points that I want to mention is that this is a flat reliability number. So I know there's been a lot of discussion with the other utilities on which cost scenario to use, and there are 5, as you heard earlier, of the cost scenarios that can be used to calculate the reliability standards for each utility. For Potomac Edison, our proposal involved using the flat standard reliability numbers so that our numbers stay the same, the reliability standards stay the same as they are now for the 28 through 31 time period. This also allows us to maintain reliability and affordability for our customers. We feel that this is the best balance for our customers. So we'll have some more discussion on that through some of our other slides. Go ahead. Yeah. So this slide, we just wanted to highlight what our customers are telling us. And you can see there on the bottom is the 84% from our customer survey of residential customers that are satisfied with their reliability. So it really gives us a picture of what our customers' expectations are around reliability, and really how they hold that against the affordability side of things. So I don't want you to interpret the results of this or our recommendation as if this means we wouldn't spend any money to work on reliability for our system. We are committed and did file our capital budget for our reliability spend for the future years, and we would continue to invest in reliability. We just aren't going to get to the point where there's an affordable alternative to decrease the standard past where it is right now. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bedard next to me, who's going to go over more details around the standards evaluated or scenarios evaluated.
Good afternoon, David Bedard, Manager of Engineering Services. My name is David. Last name is Bedard, Bedard. So this slide lists the reliability scenarios. I'm not going to go into detail on each one. I think the other utilities did a great job of explaining the details of each scenario, but we did pick the flat reliability scenario, which identifies the level of investment necessary to maintain the existing standards. So next slide. This is a chart that just graphs out the SAFE for each of our scenarios. Again, the flat reliability shown there in the middle 1.05 across the board is the scenario we selected. So our recommendation is based on combined reliability outcome and not just safety in isolation. Next. So the reliability benchmarking, we use the IEEE survey for benchmarking. In this filing, Potomac Edison is compared against other similarly sized utilities in the Mid-Atlantic geography. Potomac Edison was the second quartile for SAFE and third quartile for SAIDI in 2023. In 2024, we moved to the third quartile in SAFE and stayed in the third quartile for SAIDI. The results show room for continued improvement, but they also demonstrate that reaching the first quartile performance would represent substantial numerical change and material higher investments. Next slide. So moving on to granular cost data and spending, this filing provides several layers of cost information, includes historical reliability spending from 2022 through 2025, forecasted reliability spending from 2026 through 2030, and the scenario estimates for the 2028 through 2031 standards period. Historical forecast tables include distribution capital and distribution O&M expenditures related to reliability. Scenario costs were developed as present values at 2025 dollars. Forecasts represent best estimates available at the time of filing. They are not fixed commitments and will respond to actual system conditions, project development, cost changes, and annual budgeting decisions. As Renee said, Potomac Edison is committed to investing in its infrastructure to meet these standards. Next slide. So under SAIDI planning, SAFE measures the annual frequency of sustained interruptions. SAIDI measures the average total duration of sustained interruptions experienced by customers. Filing translates the scenario SAFE projections into SAIDI by using relationship among SAFE, SAIDI, and CAIDI. For flat reliability, maintaining SAFE at 1.05 and achieving a SAIDI of 142 requires CAIDI to improve to approximately 135 minutes, compared to the 5-year average CAIDI in the filing was 148. So that's why maintaining a 142-minute SAIDI standard is not passive or status quo proposal. It requires improved restoration performance and additional investments. PE uses the IEEE 2.5 beta method for calculating the major event day threshold used in reporting reliability indices. The calculated threshold is not a performance target, it is a statistical derived threshold used to distinguish ordinary daily reliability performance from outlier days. The fact that the threshold changes over time and through the years is expected because it's recalculated on a 5-year average every year. So the reliability planning process starts with a normalized historical reliability performance rather than relying on a single unusually favorable or unfavorable year. The company used the 5-year historical safety performance from 2021 through 2025 to establish a normalized starting point. Planning margin equal to 10% of the 5-year average safety was then applied to recognize expected variability, and the risk of actual performance will differ from the normalized average. And then we use the waterfall chart to apply estimated reliability benefits from the planned programs. The planning margin is not additional outage performance that the company intends customers to experience. It is a planning buffer used so that the portfolio is not designed with no room for variation. So I think Renee is going to finish this up on the last slide.
Yeah, just in summary and reiterating the final proposal, so everyone's clear on what Potomac Edison's proposal is that our SAFE and SAIDI remain the same, so flat reliability. Again, this doesn't mean that we are walking away or anything negatively around our reliability and our distribution system. We have full intentions of continuing capital spend and increasing capital spend as we filed in our report. So with that, we'll take questions.
Terrific. Let's start with Commissioner Linton.
Mr. Chairman, no questions?
Suchman.
No questions.
Okay. Hoover.
None for me. So.
And McLean.
No questions,
Wow, you got out unscathed. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's go to Smeco.
John will be presenting for us.
No, I'm just putting the agenda up. So,
Where is it? Why can't I find it? Oh.
Good afternoon, Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. That's DAMONKRIEGER. And I'm here today with Matthew Schlogel, who is our Distribution Engineering Manager, MATTHEWSCHLOGEL. We do not have a formal presentation, so I'm going to be providing a few opening remarks, and then we are available for questions. So with that, the primary concern of the cooperative's membership right now is affordability of service, which is readily evident in the customer perception survey that we issued to our membership. Smeco's electric system is robust and has performed very well in recent years, as demonstrated through the satisfaction of the COMAR SAFE and SAIDI standards. This is in large part a direct result of the significant investments in reliability that the cooperative has made since the original reliability standards were put in place for the cooperative. As expressed in the customer perception survey, 92% of residential customers and 94% of commercial customers are satisfied with the reliability of their service. Many customers, however, are concerned about paying more for additional reliability of service, and that's where the crux of our proposal is today. As stated in our proposed reliability standards for the next cycle, Smeco believes that its targeted reliability system improvements are at a point of diminishing returns. In a nutshell, this means it'll take a lot of money to get a little bit of improvement, and that's where the concern lies right now. For these reasons, Smeco proposes to keep its COMAR reliability standards flat for the next cycle for 28 to 31, with a SAIDI of 132.5 and a SAFE of 1.26. If approved by the Commission, the cooperative's budget would effectively remain flat, although it would have to increase slightly, consistent with the other comments made today, to avoid degradation in the reliability levels that we've already achieved to date. And with that, we're available for questions.
I guess you're saving money by not using PowerPoint, huh?
We like trees.
Okay, let's start with Commissioner Suchman.
No questions.
Hoover.
No questions for me.
McLean.
no, sir.
Linton.
No questions.
And I made my snarky comments, so off you go. Thank you very much. All right, let's turn now to our staff. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Barvey and Commissioners. I'm Roger Austin, and to my left is Kevin Zong. Roger Austin, ROGERAUSTIN. Kevin Zong, KEVIN ZHONG. Together, Kevin and I, and to our right is our intrepid attorney, Michael Dean. Together, Kevin and I will present the Staff Engineering's Division analysis of the 5 electric utility safety and SAIDI standards for the calendar years 2028 through 2031, and staff's recommendations of what the Commission should approve. 4K. So on March 2nd, 2026 and March 13th, 2026, BGE, Delmarva Power, PE, PEPCO, and SMECO filed their proposals for the setting of SAFE and SAIDI standards for the calendar years 2021 through 2031. In their filings, 3 of the 5 utilities have acknowledged affordability concerns, and all 5 are proposing a halt to further improvements in reliability. In staff's recommendations to the Commission, we seek to retain the hard-earned reliability improvements that customers currently enjoy, but we go a little bit further than the utilities did by recommending scenarios where those improvements can be maintained, but at even lower cost to ratepayers. So the electric companies were asked to file multiple reliability scenarios, as they told you in their presentations earlier. And those scenarios will inform the Commission of the expenditures required to achieve various levels of reliability. And the 5, as you've heard before, are the minimum cost, flat reliability, company goal, and first quartile scenarios. The minimum cost scenario basically ceases all reliability improvement spending while maintaining the minimum required spending for COMAR compliance. That would be spending on programs like vegetation management that COMAR requires, poorest performing feeder, multiple device activation performance programs, those kinds of programs that COMAR requires. The flat cost scenario will inform the Commission of the reliability impacts for an electric company to maintain its current cycle budget in the next cycle. The flat reliability scenario will inform the Commission of the minimum cost required to maintain the end of the current cycle reliability targets in the next cycle. The company goal scenario will inform the Commission of the expenditures required for reliability spending to meet each electric company's internal objectives. The first quartile goal scenario will inform the Commission of the expenditures required to obtain first quartile ranking based on benchmarking among peer utilities. Staff analyzed each of the scenarios submitted by each electric company. Staff's determination of the appropriate reliability scenario each company should pursue is based on key cost metrics and key customer perception survey metrics that staff has been able to derive from each electric company's filing. Those metrics were compiled and displayed in a dashboard for each electric utility in the analysis section of staff's report. In our presentation today, we will explain the data in those dashboards and discuss how they inform staff's recommendations. So this slide presents the terms that we use in our dashboards, but we would like to highlight a few of the dashboard terms that we will be using regularly in our presentation today. At the bottom left-hand corner of this slide, you will see the term end cycle planning margin. The end cycle planning margin is the percentage difference between projected SAFE and the utility proposed SAFE standard for each reliability scenario in calendar year 2031. Statistically speaking, the larger the planning margin, the more likely an electric utility will attain an actual SAFE and SAIDI that is better than their reliability standard. On the right side of this slide are 3 terms we'll be using frequently today: cost effectiveness, cost efficiency, and benefit cost ratio. Cost effectiveness is a measure of how effective each reliability scenario is compared to the minimum cost scenario in terms of the dollars it takes to achieve SAFE improvement. The lower this number is, the better. Cost efficiency is the average reliability cost per customer per year. The lower this number is, the better. benefit cost ratio is a measure of the monetized societal benefits provided by each reliability scenario that the electric companies have presented relative to their minimum cost scenarios. Staff uses a tool developed by the United States Department of Energy known as the ICE calculator to determine the monetized societal benefits of each reliability scenario.
Let me stop and compliment you for starting off with this dashboard of key terms. I think it's very helpful to start the presentation when there are new or complicated terms in this fashion. So I just want to thank you.
Actually, this is a leftover from our previous 4-year presentation that your current advisor.
Well, then I guess I have to apologize for not having remembered in the first place.
You weren't here that.
Oh, I
the
see.
last
Okay.
one,
4 years. Okay.
yeah.
Well, then that makes me feel so much better.
Yeah. So for the benefit cost ratio, the higher the benefit cost ratio number is, the better. And now I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Kevin Zhang on behalf of staff. So we are going to go through the 5 electric utilities, and I'm going to start with BG&E. And here you see the very comprehensive dashboard. So the key metrics that staff was able to compile from BG&E's filing are displayed on this dashboard as well on the survey results that are shown on the next one. So we discussed earlier that BG&E has actually submitted 2 proposals grouped through those 5 scenarios. So the flat cost, flat reliability, company goal scenarios are really identical to each other. And then minimum cost and the first quartile are also identical to each other. In terms of the cost effectiveness of the flat cost, flat reliability company goal scenario, we calculate that figure to be over 5,000 per SAFE. Now, this compared to what the Commission approved for the current cycle, which is 2024, expiring in 2027. You see a degradation because currently it is at 1938. 1,930 per SAFE. So that means, as Roger explained earlier, the cost effectiveness is lower as projected. Then there is also a slight decline in the cost efficiency of this flat cost, flat reliability company goal scenario compared with the current cycle. You see currently it is shown as 186 per customer, and it will be, as proposed by this group of scenarios, increased to 192. On the other hand, the other 2 scenarios, the minimum cost and the first quartile, shows slightly more cost efficiency, where you see the per customer cost is 180. So overall, though, BG&E's flat cost, flat reliability company goal scenario is projected to cost approximately $10 million per year, more than the scenario that is currently approved for the 24 to 27 cycle. So that would add up to a total of 41.6 million then over the current cycle. And then if we use the minimum cost first quartile scenario, it will be costing 7.2 million per year less than the scenario that the Commission approved for the current cycle, and over 4 years it will be a saving of 28.8 million. And most importantly, we noticed that with the reduced spending we just discussed under the minimum cost or first quartile scenario, and BG&E would continue to rank amongst the first quartile of its self-selected peers against its proposed SAIDI and safety targets we just discussed. All right, so the second part of the slide is regarding the reliability custom perception survey. So per COMA 2050-1214, that it requires that each utility, electrical utility, to conduct a customer perception survey no less than every 4 years through a commission-established process. The regulation identified 5 objectives: measuring customer perception of the utility's overall performance, reliability performance, vegetation management activities, the effectiveness of customer communications, as well as service quality performance. And this current survey framework we're presenting here also includes questions on customers' willingness to pay for additional reliability improvements. And COMA does not necessarily require every electric utility to use the same survey method or the same number of respondents. Now, each utility determines how to reach its customers and the sample size that it needs to achieve a margin of error of approximately plus or minus 5% at a minimum of 90% confidence level for both classes of consumers, that's residential and commercial. And the utilities have used telephone calls, mails, online surveys with greater reliance on the online methods in recent years. So if you look at BG&E's numbers, its customers' perception survey shows 70% of their customers were satisfied with the reliability of the surveys provided by the company. And 53%, that's highlighted down there, that's more than half of the BG&E customers were not willing to pay anything more for increased reliability. So coming to this slide of staff's recommendation, given that we noted earlier that BG&E would continue to rank amongst first quartile of its self-selected peers if it attains its proposed safety and steady targets, staff would recommend that the Commission approve BG&E's minimum cost first quartile scenario for the 28 to 31 cycle.
Okay, so the key metrics that staff is able to compile from Delmarva's filing are displayed in the dashboards that are shown on the next 2 slides. For the 28 to 31 cycle, Delmarva submitted unique minimum cost, flat cost, and flat reliability scenarios. Delmarva's first quartile and company goal scenarios are identical. The flat reliability scenario that Delmarva is proposing for the Commission to approve will actually improve safety but keep SAIDI flat from the Commission's approved targets in 2027 for the current cycle. The flat cost scenario that Delmarva has presented will keep SAIFI flat but degrade SAIDI over the 28 to 31 cycle. Overall, Delmarva's minimum cost, flat cost, and flat reliability scenarios are each projected to cost less than the reliability scenario the Commission approved for Delmarva in the current cycle. Delmarva's identical first quartile and company goal scenarios are projected to cost slightly more than the reliability scenario the Commission approved for Delmarva in the current cycle. The cost effectiveness of each scenario that Delmarva has presented is degraded to various degrees from the cost effectiveness of the reliability scenario the Commission approved for the current cycle. The benefit cost ratio of each scenario that Delmarva has presented is less to varying degrees than the benefit cost ratio of the reliability scenario the Commission approved for the current cycle. However, the cost efficiency of each scenario that Delmarva has presented is to various degrees better than the cost efficiency of the reliability scenario the Commission approved for the current cycle. What all of this means is that while Delmarva may be able to implement its reliability programs under the various scenarios more cheaply, the effectiveness of the company's reliability spending will be degraded to various degrees compared to the current cycle. Staff has also noticed that Delmarva uses large planning margins. As previously discussed, statistically speaking, there is a good probability that the company will achieve SAFE and SAIDI results that are much better than their proposed targets. So if you were to actually go back 5 years, look at Delmarva's actual SAFE results for 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, you will find that their actual results are about 25 to 35% better than their target, than their standard. Delmarva's customer perception survey results show that 66% of Delmarva's customers were satisfied with the reliability of the electric service provided by the company, and 64% were not willing to pay anything more for increased reliability. So given the results of the company's customer perception survey and the fact that the company uses large planning margins that will likely see the company achieving SAFE and SAIDI results that are much better than their proposed targets, staff recommends that the Commission approve Delmarva's flat cost scenario for the 2028 to 2031 cycle.
Okay, Potomac Edison. So for the 28 to 31 cycle, it actually submitted 5 unique, distinct scenarios. We are going to go through them one by one. So P is minimum cost scenario compared to the current goal of 2027. It will be reflect a significant degradation of both SAFE and SAIDI. So next, looking at P's flat reliability scenario, it will cost approximately $39 million per year, more than the reliability scenario that is approved for the current cycle. And in terms of cost effectiveness of the flat reliability scenario, it actually will be almost 10 times worse, as reflected by the dollar figure per SAFE of this scenario compared to the current cycle. And looking at the cost efficiency compared to the current cycle, it is also much worse for the flat reliability scenario. So next, PE's company goal scenario will cost approximately $36 million more per year than the scenarios that's currently approved. But compared to the flat reliability scenario, it will save about $3 million per year. PE's flat cost scenario is regarded as the best of all scenarios in terms of cost effectiveness, cost efficiency, and the benefit and cost scenario. But if you look at the SAIDI performance, staff noticed though there is a quite big degradation that's going down from 156, going up from the current 142 minutes to 156 minutes, which we think is quite significant. And then looking at PE's first quartile scenario, it would require the company to spend more than double the spending of the scenario that's in the current cycle. So most importantly, that is, no, never mind. Sorry about that. This slide shows the PE's custom perception survey. It shows 94% of his customers were satisfied with the reliability of the electrical service provided by the company. And also looking at the willingness to pay more, we added the 2 figures that is willing to pay more regardless, which is 38%. We also have a figure that's underneath that says willingness to pay will depend on the amount. That is 34%. So we total these 2 numbers and we concluded that PE's customers, nearly 3/4 of them, which is 72%, seem to be willing to pay willingly or conditionally or unconditionally for increased reliability. Therefore, going to our recommendation, staff would recommend the Commission approve PE's company goal scenario for the 28 to 31 four-year cycle, as it will provide the best trade-off, avoiding degradation from the level of reliability and PE's customers are currently satisfied with, but is at a slightly increased cost that its customers are seemingly willing to pay.
The key metrics that staff was able to compile from PEPCO's filings are shown on the next two slides. For the 28 to 31 cycle, PEPCO submitted unique minimum cost, flat cost, and flat reliability scenarios. PEPCO's first quartile and company goal scenarios are identical. The cost of each scenario that PEPCO is proposing is less than the cost of the reliability scenario the Commission approved for PEPCO for the current cycle. The flat reliability scenario that PEPCO is proposing for the Commission to approve will cost approximately $20.2 million per year less than the reliability scenario the Commission approved for the current cycle, or a total of $80.8 million less over the 28 to 31 cycle. The cost effectiveness of each scenario that PEPCO is proposing is improved from the cost effectiveness of the reliability scenario the Commission approved for the current cycle. The cost efficiency of each scenario that PEPCO is proposing is improved from the cost efficiency of the reliability scenario the Commission approved for the current cycle. So all of the reliability scenarios that PEPCO is proposing will deliver a benefit to cost ratio of about 80 to 100%. With the exception of PEPCO's minimum cost scenario, PEPCO's SAFE and SAIDI in 2031 are projected to remain in the first quartile, where the company currently ranks among its self-selected utility peers. PEPCO's customer perception survey shows that 64% of its customers were satisfied with the reliability of the electric service provided by the company, but does not reflect strong sentiments towards willingness or unwillingness to pay more for reliability. Staff believes that the Commission could be justified in selecting any of PEPCO's proposed scenarios except the minimum cost scenario. But given the near even split in customers willing and unwilling to pay more for improved reliability, staff recommends that the Commission approve PEPCO's flat cost scenario. While projected to produce a slight degradation in reliability, the flat cost scenario will deliver the most savings to ratepayers while keeping the company's reliability performance ranked among the first quartile of its self-selected peers. Finally, like Delmarva, PEPCO uses large planning margins. That will likely see the company achieving SAFE and SAIDI results that are much better than their proposed targets.
SMECO essentially submitted two proposals, as the flat cost, flat reliability, and the company goal scenarios are identical to each other, and then there's a minimum cost scenario. The flat cost, flat reliability company goal scenario will cost approximately $4 million per year more than the reliability scenario that is currently approved for the 24 to 27 cycle. The cost effectiveness for the flat cost, flat reliability, and company goal scenario will be much improved from what is approved for the current cycle. And looking at the cost efficiency of these three scenarios, and it will also be lower than the cost efficiency of the reliability scenario that is approved for the current cycle. Just to clarify, the figure is lower, that means it's more cost efficient. And also we noticed that the benefits to cost ratio is over 130%. On the customer perception survey results, it shows that 92% of SMECO's customers were satisfied with the service quality reliability we note that 92% is the highest among the 5 companies. And then almost 3/4 of the customers, by adding the conditionally and unconditionally willing to pay, are willing to pay for more for increased reliability, according to the survey. Therefore, staff's recommendation, we believe SMACO's flat cost, flat reliability, and the company goal scenario will keep the members, requires its members to keep paying what they will be willing to pay at the end of the current cycle, and at the same time promise to deliver the same level of reliability with which the customers are currently satisfied. Now, looking at the minimum cost scenario, which will cost SMACO's members approximately $13 million per year during the 28 to 31 cycle, then the flat cost, flat reliability, and the company goal scenario, well, but it will lead to, this will be 30 million less. However, it will lead to a significant drop of the reliability performance. Therefore, that we conclude by recommending the Commission to approve SMACO's flat cost, flat reliability, and company goal scenario.
So finally, staff recommends that the Commission accept staff's proposed safety and safety recommendations as described in this presentation. Staff also recommends that the Commission explicitly state in any final order in this proceeding that in establishing safety and safety standards, it is not endorsing any electric company's associated spending, which are more appropriately examined in rate case proceedings. And we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Let's start with Commissioner Hoover.
Okay. So if you look at the Delmarva survey results, PEPCO's, and BG&E, while the categories related to reliable electric service is relatively high, the overall satisfaction is below 50%. So any thoughts as to why that is?
So let's start with BG. You mentioned BG, PEPCO, and Delmarva. So
Right.
overall satisfaction as opposed to...
Right, so if you look at, so BG&E's, reliable electric service, 70%, reliability, same as prior year, 84%, but, and calm weather reliability, 75%, but overall satisfaction, 41%. So if they're providing reliable service, but less than half of the people are satisfied with the company, any thoughts as to why that is?
That that could include a consideration of how much it costs.
Okay. You think same thing's true when it related to the other two Exelon companies?
I think anytime you ask anyone about their electric company, they consider regular service as just a given. So mainly it's, I would guess, or my experience would be it's discussing costs.
Okay.
And then, like, for example, in the PEPCO area, there was a lot of, but I don't know about right now, but in the past there was a lot of dissatisfaction with vegetation management, because I guess people in Montgomery County love their trees, you know, so.
Yes, regrettably.
So what's your view of BG&E's recommendation to us to do the minimal cost approach?
Yes, so we recommended the minimum cost approach because obviously it's saving money, customers are not willing to pay, more than half of their customers are not willing to pay more. And it more or less retains the reliability that they have worked so hard to achieve. They will remain within the first quartile among their peers. So that is why we were comfortable with recommending the minimum cost scenario for BGE.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, McLean.
Good afternoon. You referenced with specifically with Delmarva and Pepco that they both have large planning margins, and it looks like BGE's in the same neighborhood. So what's an acceptable range? I believe someone said earlier this morning it was like between 10 and 20%, and that was based off a staff recommendation from
Yes,
some time ago.
yes. So we I think our exact words, can't remember off the top of my head, was something like 1 to 2 standard deviations, but I think we were hedging our words. We preferred it closer to 1, but 1 to 2 standard deviations. If you notice, PE stays closer to that, and that 1 to 2 standard deviations roughly translates to 10 to 20%. And if you notice, of all of the utilities, only PE stays close to that 10%. The others are, especially Pepco and Delmarva, they're quite a bit above that. They're closer to the 20% range. And as I said, the higher the planning margin, the more likely it is that the utility will achieve an actual SAFE that is better than the standard.
You're not saying they're trying to game the system by setting a higher safety so they know they're coming in so much lower. That's not what you're saying, though, is it?
No, but it does help to have a higher standard planning margin. Statistically speaking, I think we said a planning margin of 1 standard deviation, which is roughly 10%, would lead to a failure rate of you would fail your SAFE standard once every 6 years, statistically speaking. Whereas with a 20% planning margin, you are going to fail once every 4 to 2 years. And I believe in BGE's filing, they said in their planning, they said they would have a 98% chance of achieving their standard based on the planning margin that they were using, which means they will likely never to fail that standard. So that is why, like, I often feel sympathetic towards PE. They've been failing their SADE standard a lot recently, but that's primarily because they use a smaller planning margin.
Okay, so well, I guess that was more of a question for PE. Why they don't double it? I mean, it's because that results in a greater investment, correct?
It does.
And greater costs.
Right.
So do you still think that a 20% deviation or up to 20% planning margin is acceptable?
If I could revise our words from how many years ago, I would probably try to say something closer to 10%.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So I really just have one question. I've asked it before. Earlier today, one of the companies acknowledged that with staff, the 20% deviation included weather variability. And as we see the proposals from all of the different companies, both the SADE and SAFE recommendations are slightly lower, but generally speaking, around the same numbers as before, with the understanding that affordability was dominating the rationale for spending less. You alluded to the fact that, at least in the PEPCO service territory several years ago, there was a lot of concern about reliability. You go back even further, and there was a lot more concern about reliability. So my only really question is, looking at the increased number of very powerful microburst type storms that we've been having, and we've been seeing a lot of them across the state, do you think that these numbers, these recommendations that we have from the companies, can be met by them under the variabilities that staff has been a part of and has proposed with them?
So these microbursts that you refer to, these pop-up storms, those would probably need to be addressed by resilience type investments as opposed to reliability investments. When we're speaking of reliability, we're talking blue and gray sky scenarios. Whereas, these pop-up storms, I don't think these investments in these that are being proposed with these various scenarios would not address those pop-up storms. You would need to harden your system through resilience investments, and that's going to be a whole lot more spending.
And I believe another way to answer your question is you asked our guests on how likely they're going to meet their standards. I think staff is really not in a position to do so, but we discussed the planning margin, and Roger noted that PE has a lower margin than the others. And also, just a month ago, we were doing the annual reliability review for the companies, and PE had non-compliance with their SAIDI, and their explanation was exactly those minor storms that don't qualify as MOEs, and that's hence cannot be deducted. And so we can just clarify that the margin does play into how likely EC is going to meet their standards, and the margin does include those minor storms, and that the utilities should take consideration into their planning.
Okay, so I'll add to one more question to my only one question. As part of your analysis in developing the variability to include weather, did you look at the increase in these types of storms? And when we first put together the major outage event regulations, which were of course the result of statute, this was during a time when by this time of year, we had moved well through the named list of hurricanes in the ocean. And we have not, thankfully, knock on wood, we haven't had as many this year and over the last couple of years. But we have seen an increase in the other types of storms. So I'm just curious if, as part of your analysis, did you take into account the fact that we're seeing more of them now than we had before? Because we're looking at this estimate now, these recommendations over a 5-year period. So.
Do they retire at the moment it's used, or do they immediately retire, or just after a couple of years? Oh.
Yeah, so these the safety and SAIDI standards, they exclude a lot of those storms that you're talking about. So I mean, customers experience the outages, but the standards that the utilities need to meet often exclude many of those storms.
Are you talking about the major outage events?
Major outage events.
That's correct.
And even you know, probably a lot of major event days get excluded. So while customers do experience the outages, the standards that the utilities are required to meet, that we're setting here today, exclude those outages.
The major outage ones, that's correct.
Yeah. The major outage ones, as well as a lot of major event days get excluded.
From the major outage event ones?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, well, I think that answers my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Suchman.
Okay, so to follow up on Commissioner Linton's line of questioning, questions around resilience, and I understand putting too much into SAIDI and safety makes the SAIDI safety standards almost impossible to implement because you just keep adding more and more stuff. But questions around resilience are gonna dog us for as storms increase, sort of a recognition that it's there and it's something that we're gonna have to start addressing. Where's the right place to start to look at those kinds of issues? Because I understand that they're not really reliability; they're really a resilience issue. So where's the right place to start to think about those? Because the last thing we want is a situation where we start to really deal with these, and the public is asking, well, what are you doing? What are you thinking about this? We don't want to say, well, it doesn't really belong in this bucket, or it doesn't really belong in this bucket. I think we need to try to identify the right bucket to be thinking about these issues.
Yeah, so Ms. Dereri is looking at that in her electric system planning work group.
Oh, good.
Why don't you just sit down there? Yeah. Yeah. They seem friendly.
They are part of your office. Presumably they're friendly.
Good afternoon, Chair Barbie, Commissioners. That was what I was going to say, actually. So it's now that resilience and reliability planning has moved to the electric system planning efforts. So that would be one area where we would be looking at resilience planning.
Good, because you can keep chasing your tail on this. Hardening systems can get unbelievably expensive, and so there's a lot of balancing. I just want to make sure that there's a home for resilience. So
yes, there's a home for it now. We've made some recommendations, and obviously it's an non-consensus, but in the transition proposal, we do have some requirements in the current reliability regulations on resilience plans. So to the extent that we could coordinate what should be in those plans and what should be in the resilience investment plans that is currently voluntary. Utilities are not required to file resilience investment plans. But so where do you draw the line on, like, the fact that you don't have to submit a resilience investment does not mean that you don't have to consider resilience. So those issues are covered in the transition proposals, and highly recommend some guidance on that.
Okay, next time. Right. Okay, so turning to your slides, the Delmarva recommendation slide, slide 9. So this second bullet, the flat cost scenario will result in an additional savings of 4.9 million. That's savings over the flat reliability proposal of the company.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So by going with flat cost rather than flat reliability, we're going to see $4.9 million savings, and as you explained, we wouldn't be losing really very much in terms of reliability.
No.
Okay. If we go to the PEPCO slide, I didn't see a quantification of numbers. Do you have an estimate of the savings by going with flat cost as opposed to flat reliability?
Okay, 21. Okay, so flat reliability, 204.4 million per year. Is that per year? Yeah, and flat cost 193.2 per year. So that's a difference of 11.2 million per year. Multiply that by 4, that's 44.8 million over the 4-year period.
Okay. So nice chunk of change, and again, not much impact on reliability by spending a little bit less, or not a little. A lot less.
They will remain firmly in the first quartile among their peers.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. My question, well, go ahead. Do you want to?
From a prior question, just to refer to the structure in the regulations of what we're speaking of. I tried to print it off Lexis, but Lexis loses the table structure and just has a bunch of numbers listed. So I went to the prior rulemaking and pulled a copy of the Cromar 2050-1202. So just so that you can see what the structure of what we're talking about. And in the regulations, it would list each year, the company each year, and then the SAIDI and SAFI. This is from the red line.
Yeah, no, thank you. This is very helpful.
And the last time we did this, it was in order number 90381. And the commission didn't really provide much direction to staff other than in the final section where it just said staff is directed to file within 60 days a proposal for rulemaking for the company's next cycle reliability metrics, and then it would be for the years 2028 through 2031.
And Mr. Dean, what happened to Chop Tank?
Well, Chop Tank, as they had that statute passed where they no longer have to follow.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Before I was so rudely interrupted, I have no questions. My question was asked by Commissioner McLean, but I want to thank the staff for the excellent report, which will be very useful to us. So we will conclude with the People's Council. And you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Barvey and Commissioners. Again, Paige Bellamy on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. With me is Ben Havamaki from Synapse Energy Economics. OPC's presentation will focus on two aspects of our comments: OPC's proposed updates to the standards filings and the proposed SAIDI and SAFE standards for 2028 through 2023. Over the course of the 4 or so standard cycles this commission has overseen, each iteration has produced advancements intended to more effectively fulfill the statutory mandate that utilities provide high levels of service quality and reliability in a cost-effective manner. OPC's proposed changes to the filings are intended to build upon the past decade of effort, while acknowledging that as the utilities propose to maintain the reliability at current levels, rather than to pursue improvements, where, how much, and what the utilities invest on reliability becomes even more important to investigate granularly. Mr. Havamaki will provide more detail on these proposed changes to the information that the EDCs are required to provide with their standards filings and how they are intended to increase visibility into utility investment, projections, and outcomes, and support enhanced accountability. I will then discuss how OPC used the information currently available to assess the proposed standards for this cycle and why we recommended the standards that we did.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bellamy. Ben Havamaki from Synapse Energy Economics.
If you could spell your name, please.
Sure, Havumaki.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll provide a bit of background on the new informational requirements that we are recommending, kind of the larger context, and then dive into the individual requirements. So in our comments, we discussed the critical role of the different reliability scenarios in illustrating trade-offs between different levels of reliability and spending. If the scenarios are sufficiently detailed, we believe that they can help you, the Commission, to assess which standards are appropriate and, correspondingly the appropriate level of spending for the next 4-year period. Unfortunately, at this juncture, we find that we're faced with really insufficient information and are left to evaluate the scenarios kind of on their own terms, but without sufficient information at hand to really judge whether the scenarios are individually reasonable, composed of cost-effective or least-cost solutions, and relatedly, which of the scenarios really is preferred. So we make the best judgment that we can with the limited information, but I think with a very big asterisk on the decision or on the recommendations for given scenarios. A key challenge facing the reviewers in this proceeding is the core claim that we hear from many of the EDCs that maintaining current levels of reliability necessitates increased spending. Given that there are substantial informational asymmetries in this proceeding, as there are in many proceedings, it's our view that the EDCs should have to compellingly demonstrate the need for increased spending. The burden is really on the EDCs to make the case for increased spending. And stated a little bit differently, we start from the view that it's reasonable to assume that the EDCs should be able to maintain current levels of reliability at current levels of spending, perhaps with an adjustment for inflation. But beyond that, I think we're venturing into territory where there's a higher standard, informational burden that really hasn't been met. So turning to the specific informational requirements that we recommend be added for the next standards proceeding, there really are 4. The first one is just that the EDCs provide much more detailed information about the spending for each of the scenarios. So spending on capital and O&M disaggregated as possible into projects or programs. The second is that the EDCs, for each of the projects or programs, that the EDCs provide much more information about the function of the investments. So what are the outage causes, equipment conditions, restoration constraints, load growth needs, or other conditions that the programs are intended to address? We also feel that it's very important, we heard some of this from staff's presentation before, very important to provide kind of a longer view to contextualize the forward-looking proposals of spending and associated performance improvements with what the historical record has shown, what has the spending been on the given targets to the extent that they're continuous, what were the historical projections for reliability improvement, to what extent were those realized, so on and so forth. We made related comments in our in the annual report proceeding where we talked about the importance of evaluating what has actually been achieved with spending in the past. Finally, we have a recommendation that applies to all of the scenarios but the minimum cost scenario, which is that, you know, at the project or program level for all of the other scenarios, identifying the incremental cost and the incremental benefit in greater safety and or SAIDI improvement. So in other words, what is the bang for the buck that you're getting at the individual project or program level for those more expensive scenarios? We do see some of that in the standards filing, but as I'll discuss more on a subsequent slide, we're looking for a more thorough and consistent presentation of that information. Okay, so this slide actually shows a table that appeared in our comments, and this is actually the information that I was just discussing, which is for BGE, a rundown of specific projects and programs, the cost delta between the two scenarios that that company put forward, or the two kind of groups of scenarios that that company put forward, and the different projected reliability gains associated with those different scenarios and respective levels of spending. So this is actually the information that would enable us to calculate, you know, how much incremental reliability, not just at the scenario level, but at the individual project or program level, that additional spending is buying. So, sorry if this is a little bit repetitive, but just to talk through the specific contents here, you can see the difference in costs between the two different scenarios. We can see the differences in projected reliability benefits. And actually, just to turn back to the slide, this was, please go on. Yeah, this was the slide that we had up before. And I want to return to it because there's a couple of specific recommendations that we haven't addressed yet in any detail, which is the second and the third recommendations. So more information about the specific reason for the investments, and that could be narrative information, but you know, what are the causes, conditions, exacerbating factors, what is driving the investment in detail, and also that comparison of historical information. You know, what has spending been to date and on the given projects and programs, and what has the record been of performance improvement attributable to that to the extent possible. Next slide, please. And kind of pulling it all together, this is kind of part two of that BGE table that we looked at a few slides ago. This is information that we got from BGE through Discovery, and it's really useful information. It is the cost per avoided customer interruption for you know, a variety of projects and programs. And this is kind of a, you know, you could derive it from SAFE, from the SAFE values in that former table, but it's basically displaying in a really succinct way the relative costliness of different interventions to improve SAFE. And the reason that we look at this last is because I want to make the point that, you know, this isn't enough. It's really helpful, but it's not enough for us to judge, whether the individual scenarios are well designed. Just because a given project or program is costlier than another doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't belong. But it is that additional information, that additional contextual information about, whether it's what purpose it serves, whether it's targeting safety or SAIDI, whether it's serving to improve feeder conditions for particularly poorly served customers, all of that important contextual information, and also the historical information about the programs that will help us sort of to balance all of the factors and evaluate the scenarios more holistically and kind of more intelligently.
So moving on to the specific proposals we make for the 2028 and 2030 through 2031 standards. We very much appreciate BG&E coming in and taking perhaps our comments, staff's comments to heart and adjusting their proposal today. So a little bit of wind out of our sails coming last, but BG&E has actually been, the information they provided in Discovery was extremely helpful when looking between the two very minimal differences in the scenarios they presented. So, for example, with the information they provided, OPC was able to see that of the approximately $66 million difference in capital spending between the two scenarios, almost $28 million of that was labeled as miscellaneous system performance capital spending. This is accounted for approximately 0.0013 total safety impact over 4 years. So looking at Table 5, which is a label that correlates to our comments, where OPC was able to discern cost differences and impact, it's clear that the miscellaneous portfolio would be one of the most expensive for lesser impact for SAFE, but BG&E also provided that information clearly in Table 4 as well by breaking out each program or portfolio by dollar per avoided customer interrupted, which also shows that this miscellaneous portfolio as one of the least cost effective in terms of avoided customer interrupted. In future cycles, rather than focusing on getting this information through Discovery, should the Commission adopt the kind of reporting that we're recommending as a standard, stakeholders could spend more time focusing on the projects and programs that make up the differences between the scenarios, ask more in-depth questions about their impact, and better analyze their cost effectiveness. For example, the Miscellaneous System Performance Capital Portfolio includes programs like Drone in the Box Initiative, which BG&E projects would cost $6.4 million in 2028. Another program in that portfolio is the Underground Separation Program, which makes up about $12 million in cost differences between the scenarios. So with the upfront reporting we're proposing, stakeholders could more effectively and efficiently analyze and present the benefits or detriments to exclusion or inclusion of these programs between scenarios for Commission consideration. But even without that kind of information to present this cycle, the information we did receive from BG&E supports OPC's proposal to set BG&E's reliability standards based on their minimum cost scenario. BG&E projects that its 2031 SAIDI actual performance will differ by 1 minute and its safety will differ by 0.01 interruptions between the two scenarios. However, this performance difference comes at a projected $66 million cost difference for capital. With the information we were able to gather, it appears the minimum cost scenario balances maintaining BG&E's performance with the lowest cost to customers and the scaling back of projects with high costs compared to safety impact. So for the remaining utilities, OPC did not have the same kind of information with which to form the basis of our proposal, but based on the information we do have, OPC agrees with staff that the Commission should accept the standards associated with PEPCO's flat cost scenario rather than the company's proposed flat reliability scenario. Across the 5 scenarios, PEPCO's flat cost scenario is the middle ground, while PEPCO's minimum cost scenario projects the least amount of reliability spending. It is also projected to result in degradation of its performance to a SAIDI of 81 minutes and a safety of 0.86 interruptions by 2031. On the other hand, the flat reliability scenario would keep Pepco's reliability performance as it is, but would cost about twice as much as the minimum cost scenario. So with only a 0.07 SAFE and 7-minute SAIDI difference, however, the flat cost scenario is projected to cost $45 million less. This is still a strong result and would take into account the 45% of Pepco residential customers who are unwilling to pay any amount for further reliability improvement. And the last utility I'd like to talk about is Potomac Edison. PE is unique among the Maryland EDCs this cycle. The company has struggled and in some cases failed to meet the standards set in the previous cycle, and PE's capital spending has markedly risen in the past few years. This recent situation demonstrates most starkly how essential additional reporting is to understanding the differences between among the proposed scenarios. PE has been unable to meet its SAIDI standard for 2 consecutive years, and yet proposes the Commission accept its flat reliability scenario standards that would, in name, hold the company to its current standards. A SAIDI which the company overshot by over 30 minutes in 2025, and a standard in OPC's opinion PE has not sufficiently demonstrated it will reach in 2026. To do so, PE projects it will cost almost $40 million more in distribution capital spending than the company spent in 2025 or projects to spend in 2026. On the other hand, PE's customers are the second most satisfied with their reliability service among the Maryland EDCs, behind only SMECO. The customer survey also revealed an interesting circumstance. Even as PE's SAIDI declined over the past 2 years, 85% of residential customers answered that their service reliability had either remained the same or improved as compared to the previous year. Taken together, these factors favor a measured approach to setting PE's reliability standards. Rather than adopting PE's flat reliability scenario standards, the Commission should adopt the flat cost scenario standards. The Commission should do so for 3 reasons. First, the flat cost scenario is projected to cost $165 million less over 4 years than flat reliability. Second, it's projected to produce the exact same safety performance in 2031 while still holding PE to a SAIDI standard more stringent than the company has been able to reach in 2 years, and one that is only 14 minutes more than its current standard. And third, staff's metrics demonstrate that the flat cost scenario is the most cost-effective, cost-efficient, and produces the most monetized societal benefits relative to its minimum cost scenario. So in total, OPC's proposed standards are projected to result in around $276 million less in capital spending over 4 years compared to the company's proposed standards. While that number doesn't translate exactly to customer savings, OPC does believe it represents a measured approach to maintaining reliability while also being cognizant of customers' cost concerns. And in conclusion, OPC asked the Commission adopt OPC's proposed standards as depicted here for each of the EDCs. OPC believes these standards balance customer satisfaction with both reliability and cost while maintaining acceptable levels of performance. And with that, we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Commissioner McLean.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. In terms of the additional information that you're seeking, do you have a feel for the magnitude of the volume of what you're asking for?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think much of what we're requesting in additional information as a standardized requirement was already provided by BGE in conjunction with its discovery. So I think that's a fairly reasonable proxy for what it would involve, which is to say not all that much, and essentially a set of work papers that I think the companies may already have at hand. I would hope they are doing some of these sorts of analyses in-house anyways. So I think I would look to BGE, and I think not all that voluminous.
Okay, so you're talking maybe tens of pages, not hundreds of pages of stuff? I'm just
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
So fair. Okay. All right. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
Suchman.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, so PE is proposing the flat reliability scenario. And your position is that they have not even come close to that. So that trying to achieve that is only going to involve spending more money. So you'd like to take, so you would like to do the flat cost scenario based on what they had spent. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's correct.
Okay. And that would achieve, would it be comparable to the company's goal scenario that they had been under? Is that you see, I guess I'm trying to, they're currently under the company goal scenario. And yet they never got close to where they should have been. Moving them to a flat cost scenario is not going to measure it in any other way than to just keep the reliability. I'm trying to understand what the expectation would be, moving them from a company goal scenario to a flat cost scenario. Where do you see how are we measuring the improvement in, or are we not going to measure improvement in reliability?
I mean, every year we're going to come and evaluate how they performed in the previous year in consideration of the standard that we set in this proceeding. I will say that the choice before the commission right now is PE is suggesting to keep their standard at the same level that they have been operating at. Our position is that they have not met that standard for SAIDI for 2 years, and we're concerned that it will continue on that path. And the difference in cost that they are projecting to reach a standard they haven't been able to meet in 2 years is extremely expensive compared to holding them to a slightly lower standard in terms of the reliability they need to reach, which relates to a higher numerical standard that we're proposing that the commission adopt.
Okay, so they would be, what they would need to achieve would be lower and more reflective of what they probably could achieve with the same amount of spend.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Hoover?
So staying on PE, I mean, how much of it is related to their service territory being rural, mountainous, and fairly dense vegetation, as opposed to, BG&Es?
Sure. I mean, Mr. Havmaki can jump in as well. I would say that the purpose of setting these standards is we're looking at the individual company and what they're able to achieve. I believe PE has, doesn't have to meet as stringent of standards, which I think is reflective of the geography and the challenges that PE faces every year in meeting their standards. I think that our proposal for increased visibility into what that spend gets us in terms of reliability will speak more to whether or not that spending is actually reaching the reliability impacts we need them to reach.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I don't have any. That was my question. He read my mind again. So I don't have any questions. Thank you very much for your report. And I believe this brings us to the end of our conference, technical conference. Mr. Burkowski, do you have anything else, or can we call it quits?
Yeah, you can adjourn if you.
Okay, right. We're not calling it quits.